Hello, everybody. I'm Spike. Happy Sunday, and welcome back to my stream. Um, some good news. We have Rosetta Stone 3 working now, but with the database issues that I faced, um, having a corruption due to Windows hotfix updates that happened a couple of days ago overnight. It has wiped all the progress in this first module that was being made, except for this module, speaking, which I hadn't yet completed, and the review page. So, as mentioned in previous streams, my idea was to rinse and repeat through the writing, I believe it's the writing lesson all the way through to the speaking and the review, repeat them, and then today was the day that I was going to go from the start all the way through to the end again to do some more consolidation with regards to learning Japanese with this method. Now, of course, we've lost the progress, which is really just 100% score and the date being put on these modules. So the idea for today was to go from core lesson 1 and repeat every unit until we get to the review page, which, it should take a good hour and a half, nearly 2 hours. And then I would have called it there, gone on to doing some gaming later, and then core lesson 2 would start tomorrow. As things are, having had 2.5 days without this program to actually practice myself anyway, I'm going to do this Sunday stream as I planned, which is to go from the core lesson through each of these modules, in a timely fashion, just to make sure that the information's stuck, that the pronunciation, the speech is there, that we're 100% in everything. I've also managed to turn off in one of the options the ability to just automatically move on from the slide. So I will now have the control, hopefully, to move from section to section in each module, which I'm going to utilize to be able to extend the period of time that the material is on the screen so that you get a chance to stop the video and pause to look at the material before rewinding and going through the motions with me on playback. When this video goes, or if it is now and you're watching this on YouTube, when it goes to YouTube and finds a permanent home, because obviously, as mentioned, this is a live stream that I'm doing on Twitch, and I'm not affiliate, so my videos don't stay on my Twitch channel after 7 days. They get deleted. So the migration to YouTube will still occur. They'll go into the self-taught Japanese playlist, as they have done so far, and you'll be able to pick and choose which video you want to see the lessons for. You'll then be able to either play those backwards and forwards, or you can watch this one that's the whole thing, that will have a little bit more of my self-control in being able to, select when we move on from the slides. So this video will be a little bit longer. There'll be a little bit more of a pause. It'll be a little bit slower for all of the materials that are going to show up in these modules. So, without further ado, let's start, shall we? Let's go to core lesson 1 and let's get this audio set up for the microphone done. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Lovely jubbly. Oh, also a quick note. The slider that I have that's halfway between normal and strict, I've now set 1 notch above where it was. So it's now just a little bit stricter for me. Let's begin.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
So this is all coming through the wrong set of speakers. There we go. Beautiful. So there we go. It's supposed to be coming into my headset. Obviously wasn't. So let me just check.
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa. We're also going to switch it to the English all the way through until it gets to the speaking and the written, where we will switch between the hiragana and katakana, which is this one. I mean, you can go to the kanji itself. There's not a hell of a lot of difference, as you can see, between them. It's just a positional change at the moment. So let's move to the next one, shall we? I believe I have to click the tick for this one. Let's have a look. No, okay, so it is on to the next one.
女の子、男の子、女の子、
Onnanoko. That'd be this little young
男の
girl at the
子、
bottom. Otokonoko is a little young boy. There we be. So I have to manually skip through on these bottom sections here that you can't see, but if I flick through here, because you can't see where my mouse is, it's along here. I have to actually physically select. So we're on number 2. We're going to go to number 3.
ジュース、ジュース、ジュース、
Juice. It's not going to be this one. This is water. This is tea. Juice.
ジュース、お茶、お茶、
Ocha, I believe. It's going to be this one because it's not going to be the water or the juice.
お
Lovely.
茶、水、
I mean, it's pretty obvious by now. If you've been following the streams thus far and you've seen the previous material, we can work out this is juice or juice. Ocha is tea and mizu, water. Ta-da!
水、
So even though we've had to start this from the beginning to catch up with our progress, we are now hopefully a little bit more familiar with these basic core lesson principles when it comes to speaking Japanese, and selecting which image goes with which word, whether it's through association or elimination. And we're also able to pick up a little bit on improper and proper, tense, and also polite and impolite conversation. As far as I'm aware, might be a little bit wrong on that one. But as we get through to the more advanced modules that we have already done, they're in previous videos, you will hopefully see what I mean. So let's move to the next one. That was that one. I'm already on 3. I need to get
ジュ
to
ー
4.
ス、
Oh dear. Well,
新聞、
I need to redo that one because I
ジュー
just
ス、
wiped
ジュース、
the
ジュー
credits.
ス、
So I'll do this one quick again. Juice,
ジュース、お
ocha,
茶、お茶、
tea, which is hot drink, and then
Ocha,
mizu is
mizu.
water. So that's the first repeat because I clicked the
Mizu.
wrong one of these down here to move on, and we want to be on 4.
新聞、新聞、
And as you can see,
新聞、
shinbun is newspaper.
新聞、本、本、
Hon is book.
本、水、
And mizu, well, I mean, it's pretty obvious by now, isn't it? Glass of water.
水、
Water. Mizu. Lovely stuff. So that's number 4. We'll go to number 5.
ジュース、
Juice. Juice.
ジュース、お茶、
Ocha.
お茶、水、
Mizu.
水、新聞、
Shinbun.
新聞、本、
Hon.
本、
So immediately you could see with juice, I ended up with a little bit of the pronunciation not catching with that circle. The more green it is, the more correct you are. Mine was about just a little bit over halfway and still yellow, which I'm not massively happy about. But as I said, I've moved the strictness slider up 1 notch from the past week and a bit's actual work in this program. So I need to be a bit more accurate. If I keep falling foul of it, I will bring it back down to my original notch. The reason I put it up here was in lieu of doing the speaking module that's at the end before my database crashed for this program. So we're on 5, on to 6 we go.
本、
On, well, we know that that's book.
水、
Mizu, we know it as water.
新聞、
Shinbun, we know, is newspaper.
お茶、
Ocha is tea.
ジュース、
And juice is the juice. Nice and simple. Japanese isn't too hard to understand at the moment. But that's the point of the core lessons, is to build you in slowly.
女の子は食べています。女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
So here we have the relationship between onnanoko, young little girl, and otokonoko, which is young little boy. And tabete, we can see, is eating. Ononde is drinking. So process of elimination by understanding what this phrase is. Again, my tip for learning Japanese: when you see Japanese like this, otokonoko wa tabete imasu. Otokonoko, young little boy. Tabete, drinking. Imasu, there is or there are. So it's like Yoda is speaking in English and it's getting directly translated into Japanese, which, by the way, I think is exactly what George Lucas did for Yoda in reverse. He heard Japanese, translated it into English, and found Yoda's way of speaking. So this should say, young little boy eating there is, which would be this one.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
Little boy water drinking there is. You can now see how the construct in this sentence actually acts and why I see it and relate it to how Yoda talks in Star Wars. Makes it a little bit easier to digest and understand the information that's being put at us by this program, and to help digest the structure of a sentence, even though this is basic, with regards to formulation, when we're learning this material and then want to speak it when it comes to being Japanese. So that's number 7. Let's move on to number 8.
女の子、
Onnanoko.
女の子、男の子、
Otokonoko.
男の子。
There we go. Fabulous. Let's just get rid of those notifications on my phone. And to lesson number 9. And we'll listen to these again. The strictness level of the microphone in this program is also the elongation nuances or the shortened truncations of the consonants and vowels. So the syllabic pattern of the language is now starting to be learned at a slightly stricter level, which is why I notched myself up one notch, because halfway between normal and hard, I think is quite a decent boundary to be at. So you can, it'll be tough to get into, but at the same time, you're learning it correct from the get-go. So you're not having to rectify all the things that you've learned and started speaking with imperfections to begin with. So let's move on to number 9, after completing number 8.
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。
Onnanoko wa juiceを飲んでいます。
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は水を飲んでいます。
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
男の子は水を飲んでいます。女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
So that was a nice and easy replication exercise. I'm thinking that I'm doing relatively well in these pronunciations. It's definitely becoming more natural to be able to speak this when I see the English. Going into the Japanese, for later on in the modules when we see the writing and do the listening, and we start to learn the phonetics and the phonics of the language as to which symbol is which syllabic sound, whether it's no, na, ne, o, or to, etc., and associate those sounds with what we're saying to what the actual kanji, katakana, or hiragana is. English, easy enough, gets right in there. The Japanese, the actual kanji taking a little bit longer, but it's easy to work out the jumps from one symbol to the next with where you are in a specific word, or then therefore the sentence. So we won't worry about that too much, just a note for later. But let's get back to it. Number 10.
女の人、男の人、女の人。
So here we have another selection, and here we're moving into the difference between young little girl, young little boy, and older lady, older female, and older male. 女の人,
女の人、
which is this lady here.
男の人、
Otoko no shito. There we go. So our selection's correct. We've now hopefully learnt that the onna no is pretty much the same throughout, whether it's for female, and otoko no is the start of male. The difference is konoko or shito to determine young and old. Let's move on to number 11.
女の人、
Onna no shito.
女の人、男の人、
Otoko no shito.
男の人、
It's nice how it gives you the placement for replicating and selecting the correct picture. Then it gives you a recognition for pronunciation. Now it will use it in context. Let's go to number 12.
男の人は食べています。
So here we're getting the same adjective, tabete, eating, but the front ends will change. Onna no ko or otoko no shito, or onna no shito and otoko no ko, to determine which one of the four pictures it will be, and it will be the same. It will be onond, tabete, tabete, onond. So we know we've got drinking or eating. Nice and simple, nice and basic, but allows us to
男の人は食べています。
Otoko no shito wa tabete imasu. I learn it and appreciate what we're learning and associate to be able to replicate. So, older gentleman, eating there is.
女の人は水を飲んでいます。
Onna no shito wa mizu o nonde imasu. Nice and
男
simple.
の人は水を飲んでいます。
So already by process of elimination, we can now determine which it's going to be.
女の人は
Without making a mistake.
食べています。
Which makes it a lot easier to have the confidence in knowing the language that we're learning, which gives us the confidence to retain the information after having forgotten it, and then returns to it to re-practice and relearn it in context. So again, personally, as I've mentioned before in the previous streams, I really feel that this visual and audio or audible way of learning a language like this in basic form and then through the various levels for the Japanese language, which from English is quite a considerable jump from what I've come to understand in learning a language. I think this, for me personally, don't know about you guys who happen to be watching these videos or the stream, but for me personally, I find this quite a conducive and reasonable way of learning, and the methods to which I'm applying this by doing each module, making sure that I don't move on until I've got 100% and got it right. Then I'll move on to the next slide or the next module, making sure that having done so, I then revisit and repeat it to doubly check and make sure that it's in the old noggin. I think it's, a pretty casual, not too intensive way of learning this particular language that's supposed to be one of the harder languages, if not one of the hardest languages out there to learn as an English speaker. So me documenting this progress, putting it up for anyone who wishes to view, I'm hoping is doing some good. Let's move to 13.
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。We know it's a young boy that's eating there is. So it must be this kid here.
男の人は食べています。
男の人は食べています。I think it's going to be this guy highlighted down here because he's the only older gentleman that's eating. Aha.
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。It's going to be the little girl because it's not 人。
女の人は食べています。
What a surprise.
女の人は食べています。
I opened my eyes and forgot the picture had changed. I guess you're just going to have to repeat that slide. And that slide's progress. Yeah, because look, we can't have this. We can't have this before moving on. I'm also excited that, to be fair, the support ticket worked. And then I also figured out the Windows issue that caused this program to corrupt itself and all that lovely progress. And to get it working again. So
女の子は食べています。
another thing as well is on repetition. The order changes, not just of the pictures, but of the audio. So it's always worth double checking and not like me getting a little bit overconfident because you're excited about doing this again and sharing this progress and information.
女の子は食べています。女の子は食べています。男の子は食べています。男の子は食べています。女の人は食べています。女の人は食べています。男の人は食べています。男の人は食べています。
There we go, that's miles better, right? So a little hiccup on unlucky number 13, for those who are superstitious. Yeah, just a little bit, not a fan of the number 13, but...
女の子は食べています。
Well, so this makes it a little bit difficult, it's probably the wrong word, a little bit different, where it shakes it up and gives you two youngsters and two elders. And then it's knowing the female and male. So this is the female.
女の子は食べています。
So we know that eating there is, at the bottom is little girl in the corner.
男の人は食べています。
Oh, look at that. The direct opposite is being the older guy eating.
女の子は水を飲んでいます。 女の子は水を飲んでいます。
Yeah, I was going to say, because that is mizu, not
男の
jusu.
人はジュースを飲んでいます。
There we go. So we know it's going to be matey in the bottom left corner.
男の人はジュースを飲んでいます。
Lovely stuff. And it is interesting, as you can see. Little girl eating, there is. Older man eating, there is. Older man juice drinking, there is. Younger girl water drinking, there is. It's essentially a rough translation back from the Japanese into English with how, if you read these particular words out as they are, you would get the reverse engineering of them. So that's number 14. Let's go to 15. I've also just realized
男の子は走っています。
my mouse is not being captured by OBS, which is making all of these little this bit and this bit and this bit gestures completely useless. As I just glanced at my second screen, I can highlight where I'm at. Anyway, let's move on. 男の子は走っています. So, 走って is the adjective for running. Little boy running, there is. There we go.
男の人は走っています。
Older lady running there is.
男の人は走っています。
There isn't. It's not older lady, it's older gentleman. That's my bad. Again, I'm not paying
女
attention.
の
I'm an
子
idiot.
は走っています。
Oh, this is going to be the one running with the balloons.
女の人は走っています。
There we go. I'm just getting ahead of myself. This is what happens when you get ahead of yourself and you get a little too confident because you know what you're doing and you know what you're on about. And then the program changes it up to trick you and keep you on your toes. I am just the worst. Oh, let's do that again. Let's do it
女
again.
の人は走っていま
Right.
す。
This is what I thought it was on the first one. Silly me. 女の人は走って
女
います。
の子は走っています。
女の子は走っています。Okay, little girl with the balloons running.
男の子は走っていま
The
す。
young boy that's running and jogging by himself.
男の人は
And
走
then
って
the
い
older
ます。
gentleman. There we go. Well, hopefully we can keep those those mistakes down to a minimum. Again, it shows, I suppose, that I am only human and I am still learning this. It is still fresh. Apart from my small amount of experience last year touching on this across 3 months, where I didn't even get past the second module in this program, to have made the progress I've made since the start of this year with the streams and videos that I've already done, I think it's phenomenal and fantastic with the method and approach that I've had, which anyone who wants to check out after the stream, if you're not here on Twitch, my YouTube channel is the place to go. Links can be found on my Twitch page and on the YouTube page, which I'll give at the end of this video. So let's move on from number 15, number 16.
男の人は本を読んでいます。
Older man, book, read, there is.
男の人は本を読んでいます。
This gentleman in the top right corner.
男の人は本を読んでいます。
There we go.
男の子は本を読んでいます。
Oh, is that the little boy? Book of read, there is. There it is.
女の人は本を読んでいます。
So this would be the older lady. Onna no hito wa honno yondeimasu. Here we go.
女の人は本を読んでいます。 女の子は本を読んでいます。
That's got to be the little girl in the corner, right? There we go. So as you can see, it helps build up the picture of who's the younger male, who is the older male, who's the younger female, and who's the older female, and then what they're doing, reading a book. So let's move to number 17. Number 4 to do.
女の人はお茶を飲んでいます。
Well, that's going to be quite simple because there's only one drinking tea, which is this lady here in the top right. 女の人はお茶を飲んでいます。 Beautiful.
女の人は新聞を読んでいます。
So from the individual objects that we had a few slides earlier, we can now turn around and figure out from the pictures that they represented what we're looking for with regards to the item and what they're doing in the picture. Oh, excuse me, too much coffee. So older lady, newspaper, read, there is. Ta-da.
女の人は食べています。
There's only one person eating here.
女の人は走っています。
Which only leaves the jogger at the end. So now you can see between all 4 of these where they've kept the tense and the whether it's male or feminine, they've kept one the same, and then they've changed the item or adjective in the sentence. So we've gone from reading a newspaper to eating to running and drinking tea. So you get a picture build up of how to use the tense, whether it's male or female, whether they're younger or older, and then the activity that they're partaking in, whether they're reading a book or a newspaper, whether they're eating, whether they're running, or whether they're drinking juice, water, or tea. So we've got quite a, it's still basic, but it's quite a range of things that we can now turn around and identify, both orally and to produce verbally when requested, but more for selecting the correct sentence with the correct picture for learning these constructs within the language at the basic level, obviously. So let's move on to slide 18.
男の子は走っています。
So now it's going to apply what we've just learned, but the younger male, form, and then with this all blanked, so we have to select the correct one. So we're listening out for the things that we've been taught to go with the pictures that we've seen.
男の子は走っています。
There's the big giveaway. Hashiteimasu is there is running involved.
男の子は走っています。
Ta-da!
男の子は食べています。
So straight away, dabite, it immediately pings off in my brain, eating. So we're going to be eating here, aren't we?
男の子は食べています。
男の子は本を読んでいます。
Hon no yondeimasu, reading a book. It's reading a book.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
Again, once you've started to get that build and that picture and that memory recall of what the item is with the picture and the sound of what's being said, it gets very easy to identify beyond the process of elimination, because we're now not having to eliminate the things. We actually now know the items themselves as individual pieces, whether it's mizu, tabite is the action of eating, hashite is the running, hon, book, or yond, it's reading. So we know, ta-da, there we go, and then we get the reveal at the end. So again, it's once you understand the concepts from what the language is teaching you, or what Rosetta Stone is teaching you about the language, it's not actually that difficult to then take those concepts and ideas of how the formation of the sentence works, how the adjective works, and what those items are that we've learned, and how to apply them to young or old, male or female. We end up learning how to construct basic sentences. We can hear what we are looking for, so we can identify what's being said to us. And they're the speaking and listening core skills that languages require for us to be able to understand and speak the language. So again, the methods that's going on here for my own personal growth and learning of this language, I hope I am able to be showcasing how this program is clicking into that, so that I can learn it at a reasonably steady pace for my own achievements and goals that I'm aiming for, and documenting my progress as here, and also providing these materials for others to turn around and take and use. And that hopefully maybe it works for you. So let's go to number 19. Slide 19.
男の子たち、
Otoko no kotachi.
男の子たち、女の子たち、
Onna no kotachi. Onna no kotachi.
女の子たち、男の人たち、
Otoko no shitotachi.
男の人たち、女の人たち、
Onna no shitotachi.
女の人たち。
This one was a little annoying because you don't get any pre-warning that you're about to do a verbal vocalization replication back out. Here we have a group of. which is what the tashi means. The tachi at the end of each of these means group of whatever precedes. So, otoko no kotachi, group of young boys. Onna no kotachi, group of young girls. Otoko no shitotachi, group of older guys. And onna no shitotachi, group of older ladies. So I'm going to redo this one so we can get this one down. And because obviously I made one vocalized mistake because I said it too early before the grey text box came up for me to chase my voice and repeat. Let's do it. Oh, and then it's turned around and marked it good anyway. Well, let's repeat it anyway because of the change.
男の子たち、
Otoko no kotachi.
男の子たち、女の子たち、
Onna no kotachi.
女の子たち、男の人たち、
Otoko no shitotachi.
男の人たち、女の人たち、
Onna no shitotachi.
女の人たち。
There we go. Now we're going to be hitting slide 20, which is halfway through this core lesson module.
女の子は水を飲んでいます。
So here we go. Onna no ko wa mizu o nonde imasu. So, is this singular or plural? It's not the
女
plural.
の子は水を飲んでいます。
That has to be the singular.
男の子は食べています。
See how we got the singular again? And now it will give us
女の子
the
たちは
plural.
水を飲んでいます。
So you can see that straight away the program will teach you something new and then immediately put a, not necessarily a roadblock, but more of a hump to get you thinking, to get you to make the mistake so you second guess yourself, because getting it wrong is also part and parcel of the learning. You need to get it wrong to forget it to then remember it the right way in some aspects. I noticed this when I was in grammar school doing French lessons. My writing weren't so bad, but the accents and all the rest of it could have been the wrong way depending on which word I was in with which vowel, for example, which then changes the inflection and the cadence of the word, or it just doesn't make sense because it's the wrong letter that's there. So, onna no kotachi. There we go.
男の子たちは
Otoko no kotachi wa. There we go. So we're going to redo this one. To do the demonstration of the tashi and how it goes wrong.
女の子は水を飲んでいます。
So we know it's the young girl drinking water.
男の子は食べています。
Ah, this would be one of those sessions or one of those slides where nothing seems to change and swap around.
男の子たちは食べています。
I assume that that's to not confuse you too much with too many things going on as you learn the new participle to the word and how it changes that formulation in a sentence of what you're listening out for. Because most of these slides do move around each time you go to them. There are a couple of versions that just stay put. So yeah, it's a little bit
女の子た
that
ち
in
は
itself can be
水
off-putting.
を飲んでいます。女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。
Yes, which we know. So we're heading into the second half of this core lesson. Let's crack on to number 21.
男の子たちは食べています。
Otoko no kotachi wa tabite imasu.
男の子たちは食べています。女の子たちは走っています。
Onna no kotachi wa hashite imasu.
女の子たちは走っています。女の人たちはジュースを飲んでいます。
Onna no shitotachi wa juice o nonde imasu.
女の人たちはジュースを飲んでいます。男の人たちは新聞 聞を読んでいます。
男の人たちは新聞を読んでいます。
男の人たちは新聞を読んでいます。
Very nice. I like that it's just dumped us into a replication, audible replication lesson right there, straight after learning the tashi for group of, the plural group of, immediately after, with no warning. Again, to keep you on the toes. I will be trying to pronounce the inflection, whether it's the male or female voice in this program, mainly because I feel that that helps with how the strictness level picks up your voice. And being an English speaker, obviously any kind of accental type tonality to a voice affects the pronunciation of any language, which going from English to something as soft and as rounded and fluid, I would say, compared to a lot of other languages that Japanese is, the bounce of the cadence isn't quite the same. It's a little jarring from English to Japanese, and it's not as natural to take some of those more rounded sounds from the English language to put together to speak Japanese. One, it's why I put the strictness level between normal and hard at halfway, and it's partly why I've also gone up that extra one step. But it's also why in this program it is quite strict, and at times, as has been witnessed in my previous videos, it doesn't always pick up my pronunciation correctly, even though I've said it exactly the same in a previous slide on the same page, or I've literally copied the audible voiceover, and it's still giving me a less than perfect green score. It might have stuck me in the yellow or something. So it does pay attention. You have to remember when this program came out, being able to speech to text in a computer was an incredibly new thing. And the recognition for this to pick up your voice and what you're saying and then translate it into when it speaks these bits and puts it in the grey box and follows your voice, we take that for granted nowadays. And that's a good, 10 to 15 years after this program. And programs like this were what paved the way for that TTS. So, this is right at the base, beginning of that kind of technology that was starting to become commercially available to us end users, us mere mortals, that wasn't like a, governmental or military application. Anyway, on to slide 22. Let's crack on.
女の子たちは走っています。
Oh, a group of young girls running there is.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。
I wonder if it's the group of older guys drinking. It's the one gentleman drinking tea.
女の子は走っています。
Nearly made another mistake there. Maybe I do need another
男の
coffee.
人たちは水を飲んでいます。男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
If I happen to talk over another, I'll do my very best to repeat it without me talking so that anyone who's watching the video can hear it. So there we go. That's slide 22. We can see how the slight changes now apply. The singular, plural, with male and older and female and younger. Yeah.
男の子は本を読んでいます。
I wonder if that's the young boy who's reading by himself.
女の人は食べています。
Single woman who's... Well, I say single woman, we don't know if she's single or not.
女の人たちは食べています。
She was by herself.
男の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Not too shabby. So again, we can turn around and see by process of elimination, by replication, from the things that we've learned in the previous 22 slides already, we're starting to, again, very quickly build up a picture of how the Japanese language sounds, how it operates, what we're looking out for with regards to the items in the pictures, what they're doing, and which word is which in that sentence to identify that. Just making this a quicker and quicker process to be able to digest and learn the language. 24, here we go.
女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
Would that be the ladies who are reading?
女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
Sorry.
女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
Yeah, older ladies reading a book. There is.
男の人たちは走っています。
Well, that's going to be running. There's only one runner. Well, there's the ladies, but I'm pretty sure that was otoko.
男の人たちは
So it's going to
走
be the
っ
guys.
ています。男の人たちは走っています。
Ta-da.
男の人たちは新聞を読んでいます。
I wonder which one that is.
男の人たちは新聞を読んでいます。女の人たちは走っています。
It's got to be the ladies that are running, right? So again, even with the with it just being a listening skill, to be able to select the correct picture, it's not too difficult, again, to identify what's going on or what items we're expecting to find with regards to whether it's a group of ladies here doing the reading a book or whether it's running, and then the same for the gentleman. Oh, what is with these awnings? Oh dear. Anyway, on to number 25. Let's crack on.
女の子たちは本を読んでいます。
So, onna no kotachi wa. That's young girls reading a book. I'm pretty damn sure. Oh.
女の子たちは本を読んでい
And
ま
the
す。
reason I'm pretty damn sure is it's onna no kotachi wa, not onna no shitotachi wa.
女の人たちは本を読んでいま
Which
す。
just so happens to be the next one. It's got to be the old
女
ladies
の
reading.
人は本を読んでいます。
So, it's got to be the old lady reading the book.
女の子は本を読んでいます。
And that's the young girl reading the book. Oh my god. Yawn central for no reason. On to slide 26, I think, if everyone's done with this particular slide. But again, we could turn around and see the makeup of the sentence, which one applies to which. And then they're using the same activity, again, to try and trip us up. Because the only thing that's changing is whether it's a singular older lady, singular younger lady, or a group of younger ladies, or a group of older ladies. It's, again, not rocket science. It can take a little bit to get and understand, but once you start to unlock the little key features of a language, like this is doing for me with Japanese, and hopefully with you, watching this material, you can see that it's not as daunting a language initially to learn. Now, that's not to say that we're going to turn around and learn the entire dictionary of the words that are in the language, but we have now got a firm grip on the structural integrity and furniture of the basics of Japanese so far, and we're 25 slides into 40 of the first core lesson. Now, granted, I've had the previous lessons to turn around and digest and learn and rinse and repeat as I have. But even still, in the first nearly 3 weeks of this year, this is where I'm at. Which I think if I continue for the next year, I'm going to be in pretty good stead to be able to speak some basic Japanese and potentially even read some Japanese. that'll be a little bit more difficult. But I definitely think that listening to Japanese is going to be a hell of a lot easier. So, on to slide 26 we go.
彼は食べています。
So now we're on to the polite, or what I think is the polite version of these nouns for single male.
彼は走っています。
For male.
彼女はジュースを飲んでいます。
For female.
彼女は本を読んでいます。
So already throwing us another curveball straight in there to figure out, well, where did otokonoko go? Or where did onnanoko go? But now we can see that in a sentence we are looking for, when it comes to a guy, garewa, and for a girl it's kanojo wa. So again, it's not amazingly difficult, but it does throw you a bit of a, there you go, have this and see how you get on. So in this exercise, we rely on the adjective, the doing of the sentence, to identify what we're looking for. And luckily enough, they're all different. So it allows us the identity of the item, the object in question, and or the doing of, which allows us to apply that karewa is a guy. Kanojo wa is a girl. Easy. Number 27, here we go.
彼は走っています。
Out of these, I think it's going to be the guy running for the bus, don't you?
彼女たちは食べています。
Throwing in yet another curveball by immediately giving us not just female, but a group of. Well, there's two groups here, and there's only one that's female that are eating.
彼らは本を読んでいます。
Now, another curveball immediately. Kare is singular for guy. Karewa is multiple guy. Karerawa. This is the one that I get tripped up over with the pronunciation. With the double R and then the wa. Karewawa.
彼らは本を読んでいます。
Karewa wa honno yonde'imasu. Well, it's the guys that are
彼
reading.
女はお茶を飲んでいます。
And obviously the hot drink is the single woman here. And single as in the picture, not necessarily without a partner. So yeah, immediately, straight up, 25 through 26 through 27, the program immediately ramps up in not necessarily difficulty, but in giving you a taxing lesson where you can learn 2 or 3 new things in one go through identification. That it's probably now going to get us to speak out or identify after.
子供たちは走っています。子供たちは走っています。
Another curveball. Listen to it. It's not kanojo wa or kanojo tashi wa.
子供たちは走っていま
It's
す。
kodomo tachi wa, which is the young girls running here. And it hasn't given us this one yet, the kadomo, to be young group of young girls, kadomo tachi wa. So we're having to rely on the tashi, that there's a group of, and the hashite, the running, to identify this. And that's why it's given us the single woman running, to be able to identify that
子供たちは走っています。
is the younger girls.
彼は走っています。
There we go, see? So it uses the prospect of running as the common theme, and then changes the singular and the group, or the multiple, so the singular and the plural, and then also changes the polite, impolite, or proper, improper versions of female, or girl, or both.
彼女は走っています。
See? So, kanojo is here. Kadomo is here. And now we'll see. 彼女は走っています。
彼女は走っています。
彼は
彼は走っています。
and 子供たちは
子供たちは走っていま
I
す。
should say tachi. I'm trying to round out the cheese because I know that some of them are hard and some of them are soft. So some of them will be kodomo tachi wa, and it'll be tachi as in chi, and some will be whatever tachi with tashi, and the tachi with shi is always soft, but tachi can be both soft and hard. Anyway, on to number 29. Slide 29. There we go. Thank you.
彼は料理していま
There we go.
す。
So we've now got another new adjective, which is cooking, or to cook, which is 料理しています。
彼は料理しています。
There we go. So single guy, or singular male, cooking there is.
彼らは料理しています。
Straight away gives us the plural,
彼女は料理してい
leaving
ま
us
す。
with the single female cooking. There we go. So we can now see that, yeah, the application and process of elimination is now happening more in the sentences than it is for the pictures, which I think compared this one to the previous three picture setup, not of the kodomo tachi or the kanojo or the karewa or the hashite, but the one previous to that. It's giving us it in stages so that we can turn around and identify the or be able to utilize seeing what's going on versus reading what's going on and being able to relate the two interchangeably. Slide 30. So here we go. We're into the last 10 of this module.
女の人たちは泳いでいます。
So here we are again learning about swimming, which has to be ayoideimasu, right? The ayoide is to swim. So we work from start to finish. Onna no shitotachi, which we know is older ladies, group of. So it's got to be the top left, right? There we
男
go.
の人は泳いでいます。
And we know that there is no tashi, which is no group. So we're looking for singular, and it's otoko no shito. So it's the older gentleman.
女の子は泳いでいます。
So now we know a nanako is single.
男の子たちは泳いでいます。男の子たちは泳いでいます。
There we go. Otoko no kachi. Otoko no katachi wa oyoide imasu. There we are. Fantastic. So you can now turn around and see the process of elimination is kind of getting a little bit redundant because we're now able to identify single older gentleman, younger group of boys, singular female younger, and older group of ladies. So it's switching things around for us to be able to get it and understand, visualize it, pick stuff out, listen to what's going on, and be able to either identify, replicate, or be able to understand, to be able to get these answers.
男の人は食べています。男の人は食べています。男の人たちは料理しています。
See straight away the tachi and the yuri shiteimasu. It's got to be these guys, right?
男の人たちは料理しています。
It's got to be the older guys cooking. Voila.
男の人は料理しています。
Again, it's the only one left that's cooking.
男の人たちは食べています。
It's got to be these guys, right? There we go. So again, you can see in conclusion what this program tries to do in its build up to you learning these various facets and structured elements of this Japanese language. It's not when you've wrapped your head around it, it's not too amazingly difficult. At the moment, it will get harder. It will.
女の人は泳いでいます。
Which one do we reckon it is? There we go.
女の人は走っています。
I wonder which one this could be.
女の人たちは走っています。女の人たちは泳いでいます。
Again, these now start to get not necessarily repetitive, but that peak that the program's done sort of peaked and plateaued, and now it's starting to come and soften down a bit. We've still been in a line and then gone whoop, but we're going in a line whoop, and then a gradual tail off. So it's like a sawtooth almost, right? And that's what these modules are like. That's what they're actually doing. So it's not too of an involved process, and it's certainly easy to pick up. It's certainly very casual. The reason I've got my methodology is just to make sure that I'm getting it stuck, and that's more the practice element of how much effort you put in is how much you'll get back out of it, basically. Which I'm hoping is what's coming across in this material and the videos and streams I've done so far.
彼は泳いでいます。
彼は泳いでいます。
彼は泳いでいます。彼は走っています。
彼は走っています。
彼は走っています。彼は料理しています。
彼は料理しています。
彼は料理しています。彼は食べています。
彼は食べています。
彼は食べています。
Just a quick note. I was surprised I got the third one because 料理しています is really quite difficult to say. That when you listen to it, it sounds like they're just saying 料理しています your, right? And it's not. It's you roll the R beforehand. Ryor. It's, again, for an English speaker, that's really quite difficult to do because we don't necessarily use that particular syllabic construction in our language at the start of a word. That's quite unusual. Whereas you will find it in more Cyrillic and more European, like Latin-based languages, rather than the Latin Germanic, like and anglicized languages, purely because we've just stolen our language from everyone else, right? And been co-opted and corrupted with regards to how we say certain things. We don't have, even though it sounds and feels fluid to us, if it's not your native speaking, it can be quite a difficult language to learn for most languages, unless it's done at such a young age. So yeah, this one caught me by surprise. This
彼は料理していま
you
す。
can ever so slightly hear it in the voiceover playback.
彼は料理してい
Ryori
ます。
It's a very difficult word. That's another one that I struggle with, that I'm hoping to get a little better. So this one here is where I'm going to, the karewa and the karerawa, ryori shiteimasu, directly after each other. That's like one of the hardest combinations I struggle with in this program thus far. On to number 34.
ひらがな、
Hiragana.
ひらがな、カタカナ、
Katakana.
カタカナ、漢字、
Kanji.
漢字。
Sweet. So here, important to learn that kanji is kind of like a collective terminology for all Japanese symbols of the alphabet. But from what I understand, hiragana is the cursive written form, hence why it's curvy. Katakana is the more basic script, straight form. Kanji is the collective form, but usually more shorthand, like constructive writing for things like signage and shop signs, menus, where you have to condense more information into the space that you're working within. It's also why I think down here we have the hiragana and katakana right here, and now you can see if I switch them across how hiragana, katakana, kanji, kanji. So we can see how the symbols now relate to the sounds that are being spoken.
ひらがな、
Hiragana. There are 4. Hiragana. The same with katakana.
カタカナ、
Katakana. So you can see now how the construct on this particular page, how if you switch to the symbology, you get katakana in this middle one. And you will see, also pay attention to the H with the little foot of the U on it. That is n in Japanese. That right there is n. So that's kanji. Kanji. And the L with the little eyes to make it look like a face is the ji. So we can already start to build up an idea, if you click this tab here in this program, of the sound, the syllabic sound of what we are seeing in English that relates to what the symbols of the Japanese language actually do when in written format. So just to get a little bit of an insight into this, and what I've noticed on repeating some of this stuff and having these tabs on and off, but also from what gets taught in the writing and listening sections much later on in the modules. So let's go to slide 35.
彼はひらがなを書いています。
Here we go. So hiragana o kaite imasu. So writing hiragana. Kaite or kaite is to write. So there, so single male or their male hiragana writing there is.
彼はひらがなを書いていま
So
す。
it's going to be the one on the left because we recognize this symbology here from the previous page saying hiragana and the cursive script.
彼女は漢字を書いています。
In this, we can clearly see that these are males and that there's a group of them. So that leaves us with the female by herself, kanojo wa, and that she's writing kanji, which if you look, you can tell the difference, yeah? So singular hiragana writing is this cursive script by oneself. Katakana is writing script by, like, in and of itself. Look at the difference with kanji with sign writing. It's more concise and it's more complete, if you like. I don't want to say complicated, but it's more complete because it's giving you more information, because it's a form of like collective shorthand to give the information you need through those brush strokes, right? Again, from what I've understood, these 3 concepts and words to come out and mean, where it's not necessarily hiragana is an alphabet, katakana is an alphabet, and kanji is an alphabet. They kind of all are alphabets, but collectively they support different ways of expressing the written form of the Japanese language, and therefore promote the types of brush strokes that create these symbols, which is why reading can get quite difficult in Japanese without being taught it properly. And again, we're just starting. This is core lesson 1. This is the first set of slides getting into the language to learn all this stuff. We're going to select
彼ら
kanji.
はカタカナを書いています。
There we go. So we've gone from the singular and the singular to the plural. Karera wa katakana or kaiteimasu, which we know is this one in the middle. We've already selected these two, which again is giving us the reference point to what we're looking for. Again, it's not putting us into doing the writing or recognizing any of these symbols yet, but it's giving us the taste of what the difference is to look for in a picture format, so that we can relate it later on to go, oh, that's katakana, oh, that's hiragana, oh, that's kanji. And as a result, we're already starting to accept the idea that hiragana is going to be a more cursive script, katakana is going to be a more straight singular script, and kanji is going to be more collective sign written script, right? So it's already building up that picture in our mind of what to look out for, the relationship of, and therefore how to respond when we get posed with one of these slides. On to slide 36. Here we go. So now we have to select. This picture is saying and doing what? Here are your options. So here's option 1.
彼女たちは料理しています。
Well, it's not a group of women, and they're not cooking. These first guys, are they?
彼女たちは書いています。
And it's not a group of women who are writing. It's got to be the last one, hasn't it?
彼らは食べています。
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 Fantastic. So, again, on to the second. Same principle applies. Let's work it out. So, 彼らは泳いでいます。We're not swimming, and they're not males. 彼女たちは料理しています。I think it's going to be the cooking one, don't you? Because 彼らは食べています。They're not eating at the table, and they're not guys.
彼女たちは料理しています。
Fantastic. So this one, swimming's quite distinctive. So we know we're already looking for oyoideimasu, but we'll go through the same process of elimination, right? Kadera, group of guys, yep. Oyoideimasu. Well, we know it's going to be the first one because they're swimming. But let's have a look at the second. Kadera wa tabeteimasu. Well, we know they're not eating a table, and eating tabete, table, ete, eat, tabete, table, eat. It's a good way of remembering it. It's not going to be that. And konojo tachi, we know is not a group of women. Writing, well, they're not writing, are they? So we'll go for our first option.
彼らは泳いでいます。
And here we go. So for the third, we're just going to go straight for it.
彼女たちは書いています。
Because we just know. We just know. And if you notice, in each of those three options, one of them isn't actually even on the list. So it is possible to not just get it wrong, but get all of them wrong because you kept selecting one that isn't even in this slide. So, yeah, we'll go to 37.
女の子たちは書いています。
So, 女の子たちは書いています. So we're looking for a group of girls. We are looking for them that are writing. Are we not?
女の子は書いています。
女の子は書いています. Singular girl writing. Fantastic.
女の子は本を読んでいます。
The single girl by herself who's reading the book. On clover.
女の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Oh, well, that's the group of girls who are reading in the library, surely. There we go. So, again, you can see with the progression of the program, it eases you in, gives you a bit of a spike, get you thinking on your toes, get you making mistakes so you forget and relearn. Or, in my case, when that happened last year, is where I decided to go, you know what, I'm not going to just blitz through, get to the end, and then keep going. I'm going to rinse and repeat until I get them right every time I revisit these slides. So, or I'm not going to move on until I've 100%ed it and it's stuck and burnt into my memory. So we'll go to number 38.
彼女は本を読んでいます。
彼女は本を読んでいます。
彼女は本を読んでいます。彼はジュースを飲んでいます。
彼はジュースを飲んでいます。
彼はジュースを飲んでいます。彼女は書いています。
彼女は書いています。
彼女は書いています。彼は食べています。
彼は食べています。
彼は食べています。
Fabulous. Nothing like having a beautiful replication audio section right towards the end. Kind of consolidate the different things that we've learned, chuck in one of the new ones, just to consolidate these previous slides. So we go to 39 now.
彼女はお茶を飲んでいます。彼女は食べています。彼はジュースを飲んでいます。
彼は食べています。
彼は食べています。
Now that's what we're talking about. See, so it's giving you this one. When I first did this, you'll see in the stream that exists for this. This one really knocked my socks because I didn't know that it was going to just give you these three. I thought it'd be like "Kanojo wa oche o nondeimasu," and then you have to repeat it, and then the same for the second slide, and then the same for the third slide, and then the fourth slide you do by yourself. But the fact it goes through all three and then just lumps you on that last one, and you've just got to come out with it. That really knocked me for 6 in a way. I think I was a bit jokey around with it as well because it just took me so far by surprise. But now I know what to expect. Not as much of a surprise. And again, doing it is now becoming way more natural, right? Which I'm hoping. Again, this is only the first core lesson. We're yet to get through all the other modules. This isn't a very bad way to learn at all, in my book. I mean, there might be some aspects of it that might be maybe not quite as fluent or fluid or as other learning methods. There might be, because again, this program is now at least 15 years old, if not more. So some of this is going to have been updated. Obviously, there are going to be more Japanese native speakers who are translating into English and actually teaching those who are English speaking how to speak Japanese correctly, which you think some of these Western programs have been developed by Westerners that have no Japanese heritage, and probably do know the language for sure, but may or may not be utilizing the correct teaching techniques that have now been advanced in those 10 to 15 years. So it's just something to bear in mind. The other thing to bear in mind as well, these are basic lessons. These are for those who have never come across the language, who haven't studied the language. It's as if you are a child going to primary school to learn this as a second language when it's not your native. Okay, so you have to bear in mind that this program and these materials in this day and age are going to seem a little primitive. But that's not the point. The point is to learn a basic structured understanding of how Japanese formulates itself so that you can understand it concept-wise as a person and get the structure within you, get the placement of nouns, adjectives, verbs, etc. within your mind, within your memory, and to have a confidence of being able to say some of these words as a native English speaker with Japanese pronunciation in the correct order. So again, it's designed to teach you. It's designed for you to learn it. It's designed to give you the skeletal bones of the language, so that you can continue and carry on and learn it yourself, and build you on this path where it will start up nice and then chuck you a curveball, and then it makes it a little bit easier, and then you sort of tail off towards the end of the module, and then it will do it again in the next one, and then the next one, and each progressive module gets harder and harder and harder with the material it's presenting to you. So let's go to the fourth slide, which will be sayonara.
さようなら。
さようなら。
Sayonara.
さようなら。
Fantastic. And there we go, 100% correct. So that was this one core lesson. We're going to move on to the pronunciation, the vocabulary, the grammar, the reading, the writing, the listening and reading, and the speaking after a break. So I'm going to see if I can get this going. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but you know, we'll turn that out. My apologies. And let's see, what does the man want to... Oh, actually, that's a good point. What can I play? Do you know what? Let's just put on some royalty-free music while I have a quick break. That's not the one I wanted. There we go. So, as I said, I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to grab myself a drink, and I'm going to get this pronunciation on the go and set up. So let's go to a break. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes. And I am returning. Let's set the coffee down. There we go. And then let us reduce this a touch. And then get ourselves back to the game. Which, in this instance, isn't a game. It is Rosetta Stone. Right. Sorry, I've just had to put on a jacket because my arms and shoulders were feeling a bit on the chill. Right, we are back in Rosetta Stone 3, learning Japanese and moving to pronunciation.
男の人を
O,
おと
do,
とこ
ko,
この
no, no,
の人
shito,
人男の人
otoko no shito.
男の人
Sweet. So that was a little bit more involved and straight in there. Now, I don't remember the pronunciation when I did do this because it was a little while ago, being this immediate in the symbology and then obviously the pronunciation of said symbols, right? But now you can see with what these symbols are, how if I click to hiragana, right, or kata and katakana, you can now see these symbols, o, do, go, no, shito, right? So shito is both the to, which is the C with the hat on the top, and the U horseshoe shape for the shito, which now we can see in the makeup of o, go, no, shito. In this word here, same as the top, which when we look in English, voila. So now we can start to break up individual words with their individual sounds, o, to, ko, no, and o, na, no, ko is not too far dissimilar. So we're starting to see now, or hear now, and relate with these picture slides, that how words are constructed in the Japanese language with the sounds that they utilize to verbalize. So let's move on to number 2. Hopefully that's got it all right.
女の人を
O,
おん
n,
んな
na,
なの
no,
の人
shito,
人女の人
onna no shito.
女の人
So yeah, it's quite important to remember that hi is sh in Japanese. Onna no shito. So you can see, again, the point of this exercise is to break down the individual word, give us the syllables with each of the symbols that are used to make up onna no shito in the Japanese written format here with the symbols and what each of these symbols relate to when with regards to their sound or how to voice them. So let's move on to slide 3.
こんにちは、こ、
こ、
こ、ん、
ん、
に、
に、
に、ち、
ち、
ち、わ、
わ、
わ、こんにちは、
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
So with this, again, the ko, ni, chi are relatively easy to get. The n here, the n this is how I would imagine, or I remember that the H with the U as part of its formation in the symbology. So here, the second symbol here. For me, in the Japanese language, although it's usually in the middle of a word, or it's a joiner. So it's kind of like how I or E work in English, where they can be reversed depending on which letter they follow from. So for example, received, right? You eaved, it's EI, right? Right, they say it's I before E except after C, right? Which again, QI's turn around and proven that in the English language that's not actually the literal case, because there are more the other way round in our language. But that's what we teach kids when it comes to grammar in this country, the UK, and seems to be a staple of the English language when teaching it to kids, so that when writing, the most instances you come across are actually written with most of the words that we use, but the collective total words we use, where I before E except after C, there's actually more that where that statement is not true. But it's usually towards the end of a word, not in the middle. And it's usually after the first 2 or 3 letters of an English word, where a C, an EC is usually encountered, or the C, EI is encountered. Well, the N in this H with the U on it, symbol-wise, generally tends to seem to be a binder. It's a binding syllable, which is why when you'll see in later exercises, this particular symbol is what I've been using to highlight and break up the sounds of the syllables of the letters or the words that are being presented in this program to follow when it comes to reading the Japanese language. So let's just do this as an example, okay? So we can see here, konnichiwa, right? Oh, also, wa. It's important to remember wa at the end of here. Wa is a line with this ankh-looking thing with the crossed T at the top. This is an important symbol, I think, to remember. Is both the n with the H, because it's a binder, and the wa, because it usually appears by itself in this program as a karewa, or nanako wa, otoko no ko wa. You know, the wa, it's good to see in a sentence this wa symbol, so that you get a placement of how the symbols are broken up, how the kanji, the katakana, the hiragana, how they are broken up in a sentence. You can use them as like a marker, right? So you can read along in the symbols whereabouts they are. So we can see the wa symbol here is this line and line and ankh with the T. That's how I remember it. It's the end symbol of konnichiwa. And we can see the H with the U, the is right here as the second symbol, right? But it's a binding symbol, which is why it's got that silent sort of sound to it, because it only represents one letter. It represents one letter as one sound. So the and the wa, I feel, are quite important to consider moving forward from the second module, pronunciation, and slide 3, where we see it in action, these two things in action, because from this point onwards, if you want to read in the Japanese, they're going to be quite important boundaries, as it were, where you can just bookend something, so you can follow the symbols to where you know the n happens, or the wa happens in a sentence. It makes it a lot easier to follow, and it makes it quite visually appealing to see how the written form of Japanese is actually constructed, and so that you can follow it along, find your placement, and understand that the previous symbol or two actually meant what you're speaking in this section, and then this section, and then this section, right? So let's move on and hopefully see it in action.
さようなら、さ、
Sa,
さ、よ、
yo,
よ、う、
u,
う、な、
na,
な、ら、
ra,
ら、さようなら、
sayonara.
さようなら、
Another quick note to make, the u by itself, the
う、
u. These single letters with single syllabic sounds are the binders, because that's what usually elongates the word or the sentence itself. From what I've understood in this, that's what seems to be happening in the construct of the language, the construct of the sentence, the construct of the word, with regards to what these actually do, which is why I'm mentioning that in my eyes, with how I relate to how I was taught English in school and the techniques that they taught us how things work, I liken them to our magic vowels, you know, the E, the I, because they seem to be the most powerful in their construct in changing how a word operates and sounds, which in Japanese is happening not at the end of the word like it does in English, where the E makes something before it change, or it gives a definitive perfect version of the word, where E can be both E in elongation or E to give impact, you know? Which is why I before E except after C, we expect CEI to be C in pronunciation, rather than in, say, if we used IE, like you would have in die, because the E makes the I magic, which then gives the inflection, the importance on the I, and the E almost becomes silent, right? We almost ignore it. So imagine if it was CIE, it would be sived, not sieved, right? So you can now start to see what I'm trying to explain here is now you're starting to recognize, like I am, how these particular nuances in the Japanese language work in relation to what, as English speaking speakers will find, and readers will find, the operation of certain things in our language, in their language, is relatable to our own. It's just finding where the same thing sort of happens, even if it happens in a different place. It has the same kind of connotation in their language as it does to ours, just with the slight difference in in letter, sorry, and therefore obviously the pronunciation of the syllabic content. But that's what this lesson and the next one is all about, which is why they're only 10 slides long. So let's move on to number 5.
新聞、し、
She,
し、ん、
n,
ん、ぶ、
bu, bu,
ぶ、ん、
n,
ん、新聞、
shinbun.
新聞、
So there you go. In this classic example, you can now see that the n appears twice. Because again, this is how this syllabic content in their language works. So, but by itself, you can see why it's pronounced the way it is, and why I see the n's and the u's, the n and the u, are binders or elongators with regards to their placement in each individual word when they appear. Which again, you can see in the language itself, which is why the H with the U binder on its leg and the wa are very important symbols of kanji to learn with regards to being able to read where your placement is in the sentence, particularly in these pages and slides, right?
料理、りょ、
よ、
りょ、う、
う、
う、り、
り、
り、料理、
より.
料理、
Nice. So again, let's move on to the next because that's quite a short. Again, it's telling us getting us to pronounce the adjectives that we've had from the previous module, and see how ryori is cook. So ryori shite must be cooking, right? So you can start to see as it breaks down the single word by itself, and then how it's had ite applied. So hashi is probably run. Hashite is running. Ryori is cook. Ryori shite is cooking. Right? So you can start to see how the language is starting to pick things and modify them to give us what would be our translation or understanding as English speakers of how the endings of words are to make them, proper words or proper adjectives, proper verbs, etc. Next slide.
泳いでいます。お、
Or
お、よ、
yo
よ、い、
i
い、で、
de
で、い、
i
い、ます、
mas
ます。泳いでいます。
oyoideimasu.
泳いでいます。
This is where I would like to point out what I think some people negatively comment about Rosetta Stone. So we know that oyoide is swim, and emas is there is or there are. In this example, it's bundled both words together, so that we are saying oyoideimasu. And I think it's because of the way that the deimasu tends to be a component of most endings of sentences where there is involved in, or there are is involved in Japanese. Because deimasu, for example, yondeimasu, non-deimasu, oyoideimasu. It seems to be that some words finish that sentence that way, and because it rolls syllabically, it's worth putting in as one collective group, whereas these are actually two different words. Okay, now another thing to point out, we've got another binder in here with the e, and a good way to work another bookend, if you like, to figure out where you are in a sentence. Imas. These three symbols will appear, as you will see, at the end of every single slide that we would have done so far in the previous module. This now gets easy to see because imas is almost at the end of every single one that we've had. So it's worth looking out for these three symbols, the I and the mas, because they will appear right at the end. You will then be able to see that with the sounds and the words that's being produced, that Japanese tends to be in groups of twos and threes, which is why haikus are the way they are. Isn't that funny? Isn't that strange that we think of Japanese poetry, the haiku, in that 2, 3, or 5 format? And this is the reason why, because most of their sounds for their words are grouped in twos and threes. which when you collectively collate them can also become 5s. It's amazing how that works. The language also matches the maths, and the maths matches the language. It was quite a revelation to me at the time when discovering this and going, oh, that's why haikus are the way they are. Oh, brilliant. But I only noticed it not in this module, but a fair bit later in the writing and the speaking, where it doesn't even give you this tab at the bottom to have English, Romaji, or the option to go to the hiragana and katakana, right? It was just straight up, it removes that. So you're left with just the Japanese symbols, which forces you to then read and try and follow with the few that you'll have learned and actually taken in, which hopefully will be the o, the I, the U, the to, the ko, the no, and the na, and the ni. They're usually the ones that are easily memorable, to be able to follow where you are in the language. And the reason for that is because in this program, when it gets to it, they are the most used syllables for most of the words that this program will have used up to that point. So you'll see a lot of repetition to be able to jump and bookend where you are in these sections of 2s and 3s of the Japanese language in kanji, hiragana, katakana, without the need to be in English, which I think is fantastic. I think that's a great way to have designed it. Yes, okay, it's very basic, it's very primitive, it's very primary school children-esque. I'm not Japanese. Most people who are going to be watching this and reading this and doing this are not going to be native Japanese speakers. Most of us are going to be Western English speakers, and relating English with our symbology, our syllabic component and construction, to Japanese that is way more fluid and way more like ancient Egyptian with hieroglyphs and stuff, where one picture could mean 2 or 3 things depending on which way it was read. I think is an ingenious way of approaching teaching this language so that the English speaker can understand the basic concepts of an involved fluid language where not just the construction's different, not just the vowels and the sounds and the consonants are different, but the operation, the construction, like the formation, like we're reading like Yoda, we don't speak how Yoda speaks, young girls eating there is. Technically that sentence is backwards, or it's at least, subject, doing word, adjective, and then the participle of there are, there we are, there is, there are, whatever. So to have it so jumbled to then relate to an English person, to have it back translated, etc. This is why translations aren't always 100% correct when you use Google Translate. No matter how good it gets, there will always be some form of grammatical context missing, where it has incorrectly translated the meaning, because the meaning that comes from these sounds, when read in order, doesn't necessitate the exact word or meaning when reverse engineered and back translated, which is why when we translate things that way, a lot of the time they come out wrong, or they seem like a very crude form of the language that gets missed or picked up on when interpreted. Okay, which then requires some more research to correct. So it's worth pointing this out. And we'll move on to slide 8.
彼、か、
か、
か、れ、
れ、
れ、彼、
かれ. Fantastic. And go to number 9, because it'll be the next one.
彼女、か、
か、
か、の、
の、
の、じょ、
じょ、
じょ、彼女、
彼女.
彼女、
So again, on this slide, I will point out this upside down backwards E that looks like the at symbol in Japanese is no. This is another one, like the H with the tick, and E and mass. They are currently symbols to be watching out for as to where they appear in a sentence, because they are easy to spot. As a result, they are easy to remember. Because they're easy to remember in this form, if you are reading, they are very easy to follow and maintain where you are in the language. Let's crack on to the last slide for this module.
彼ら、か、
Ka,
か、れ、
ye, re,
れ、ら、
ra,
ら、彼ら、
karela.
彼ら、
It's a tongue twister because this re, when the Japanese speaker in the audios first speaks it, it's a soft R, which soft R's go to the roof of the mouth and push forward when spoken by an English speaker. But the ra is a R that's a harder R, that to get that sound we pull down from the roof of the mouth, the tongue, and pull back into the mouth to get that ra, because of the way that the A needs to formulate. So this is why, for me, carrera is even there. Carrera, 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 like saying Karen with a rat instead of the N. Carrera is difficult to say without being very flat tonally with the accent. Carrera, carrera, right? But the inflection that the audio was using was re, 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 and ra, 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 which the tongue is trying to do two opposites to what an English speaker is used to push up and forwards, to then pull back and down to say two R sounds, to say the soft one first and then the hard one after, to get carrera, 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 carrera. To say it fast, you kind of got to bounce, like la 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 la, carrera, carrera, carrera. Very hard to say for an English speaker fluently, fluidly, and at speed, which is why I've turned around and got to repeat it. So we'll move on from that one. We got the 100%. That's fine. I thought I'd have to repeat it after the mistake. Clearly not. But again, the notes from this one, I hope we take forward, because now you will start to see what I mean.
こんにちは。
So we can see here. Ko ni chi wa. See this? There's the wa. So if we take the wa off at the end, you can see where ko nichi in the middle is, and the HU symbol combined, the N by itself, the you can see how it's a binder. Gon ichi wa. And you can see this 2 plus 3 thing going on. Okay? So you're starting to get how the sounding of the language is when we're saying it in English. Konnichiwa. And how the sounds are now formulated with regards to the placement in Japanese writing.
さようなら。
Sayonara, which again we can see sayonara. Looking Japanese, sayonara. It's a little bit harder because we haven't got the pull, but there's the U look with the on its side with the hat on in the middle. Sayo, 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 o, nara. So you can see it's 2, 1, 2. Yeah, in its construction. The first two symbols, the U in the middle with the 1, and then the two symbols thereafter. So sa, yo, nara. So we're starting to see and read and build that picture of the English typed into the Japanese and how they break down. Okay, let's move on to 2. Let's go back to English first.
男の子
Otokonoko. So these are just going to be quick
女の
exercises.
人、
Onna no shito.
男の人、
Otoko no shito.
女の子
Onna no ko. So these are just vocabulary exercises. Nice and simple. Again, give us a bit of the pronunciation to get us into why these sounds are the way they are, and that O is one sound by itself. Again, let's go back to the Japanese. O is a symbol by itself. To is the C with the hat. Ko is these two dashes. No is the E on its side that looks like the at sign. And then ko at the end. O, to, ko, no, ko. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isn't that strange? The same as a haiku. It's in fives. 2 and 3. 3 and 2. 2, 1, 2. Etc. So we start to see that there is a relationship to why a haiku is the way it is and recognized as the way it is with regards to how the Japanese language is formulated, and in those constructs why their poets and literary masters throughout the years have formulated the haiku and why it is the way that it is. That, of course, when you say it in native Japanese, makes perfect sense. Translating it into English, it's got that jaunty sort of uneven feel that makes it feel special and is identifiable for sure. But each time you hear a different one, there's always that sort of uncertainness to how it feels or sounds, or our words are more than the translation of the Japanese, so it doesn't actually fit the syllabic nature of how it's supposed to roll off the tongue. Kind of like how in English we have a limerick, right? A limerick is a good example of a haiku, but it's the English version because we are used to having that jumping nature of even timing between our words, and your selection of words is important so that the last word of line 1 rhymes with the last word of line 3 and 2 and 4 the same, but it still has to have this jaunt and what have you. The haiku in Japanese is basically, from what I am understanding from learning the Japanese language, basically the same. It's basically their version of it. Of course, they're an ancient culture. It's probably way more ancient than ours in the West. So, did theirs come first? I wonder. But we can now see that in the Japanese symbology for kanji, hiragana, katakana, that it's got this 2 and 3, or this total of 5 sort of nature to it. And we can break it down into these groups for the sounds that relate to the word we are saying when we look at it in English, right? Now, again, granted, a component that is also slightly negative with regards to how Rosetta Stone works, when this was made, typed and coded into these English words, it does break them up in slightly odd ways at various points in these different modules. It's something to take into consideration. It in no way impacts the actual construct of learning the language. It's just something to be mindful of when you're flicking between English and Japanese and grouping the symbols with the syllables of what you are learning. Okay, but that becomes apparent in the later modules. So, we've cracked on with this one. Let's do number 3.
男の子たち
Otoko no kotachi. Oh, it's got to be the group of boys, right? There we go.
女の子たち
Onna no kotachi.
男の人たち
Otoko no shitotachi. Group of older gentlemen.
女の人たち
The group of older ladies. So you can see again, it's not being too difficult. It's only an 8-slide module for vocabulary, which is why in the previous streams I slammed this one and the previous one, the pronunciation, together, just to eke out the stream and the video, but also to actually feel like I'd been a bit more productive and learned a couple of bits, because they seemed, again, core lessons quite heavy and dense, especially for your intro to the language. But so then, having understood it, got to the end of it, digested it, coming back to the pronunciation and vocabulary secondary modules, it's like going back to school and being eased into your term and your work. You don't want to start off with something too taxing to start with because it just puts people off. So yeah, just rehashing a couple of the bits that we've done prior that have hopefully digested into our system for us to replicate and recant. So let's go to slide 4.
ジュース
Again, this time with no markers.
本
And then it moves, so I've got to remember that so I don't make a mistake
お茶
by being too confident.
水新聞
Look at how swift and fast that was. Nice and easy because, again, we did this before. If you've been applying the same technique that I have, and you know, I'm not going to lie, I am a bit of a lazy person, but it's not by design. I procrastinate because I overthink, because of my mental health and the conditions that I have, and anxiety is a big marker. So I do occasionally get pushed and put off with my focus and stuff. So, and it works both ways. Sometimes I can come across as being lazy when I'm actually struggling to focus and give myself direction and do something. And then other times I can go completely the other way where I'm too overconfident and try to push and rush things, and I'll make mistakes like we've witnessed, because I get too far ahead of myself, because I do know it. It's just my brain then goes to do it and doesn't take in the information in front of me that may have changed. And that's where I end up making a mistake, as, again, these videos and these streams have been witnessed to, and anyone who's watched them has witnessed. But all you can do is laugh it off, right? But here we are, again, the relationship of the picture to the Japanese word, the item by itself, with no markers. Again, it's just rehashing what we know with regards to our vocabulary from the core lesson. So it's just making sure that we know it. In this, we can turn around and go to the Japanese. And now we can see ocha, 4 letters, ocha. It's 2 syllables essentially, but it's still grouped as 3, right? And the reason being is that o is a word and symbol and syllabic component by itself, which is this starting symbol here. And then cha is the T, the chi, but to modify chi, they add the third symbol that looks like the P with 2 hair pieces to make it cha. So chi, I would be the ordinary end. To retract it and shorten it to make that sound, then put this P with hair on to make it a. So that's cha, ocha, ocha. When we get to shinbun, we can see the 2 ends, the 2 n's, shinbun. So we can see that shi and bu are the other 2 symbols, right? Shinbun. We can see in jusu. So jusu is the third, where we've got the smiley face and the S. The S is the sort of backwards square C, and the S is the 2 end. Mizu. So mizu. Mizu for water. Zu is the T with the J in it and the little circle with the little highlighted flicky eyes. And mi is that first symbol at the start. So we can see these groups of 2 occurring. And then hon, we got ho, which is clearly the first symbol. And ho is like wa, but a little elongated and morphed. And then n, we know n because it's that H. Lovely stuff. Let's move to slide 5 and get back onto the English.
男の子は走っています。
Well, we should know that otokonoko wa hashite imasu is the young boy who runs, there is.
男の子は本を読んでいます。
Otokonoko wa hon no yonde imasu. It's going to be the boy reading, right? So Let's select him.
男の子は食べています。
Well, we know that's going to be the eater.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
Lovely stuff. So we'll go to the water. Now, before moving on, because there's only like one change in each of these sentences, I'm going to flick it from the English to the Japanese, okay? I want you to pay close attention to immerse, because you will see immerse at the end of each of these sentences, right? And I want you to pay a close attention to the wa symbol, and it should be easy to spot. Can you see them? Let's take immerse. So let's look at the first picture, and let's look at that bottom row. Those three symbols with the little period at the end, that's immerse. So we can apply seeing this to every other picture, okay? So we can take that off. We know where we are with immerse. We know what it looks like now. It's those three symbols at the end of each of these with the little hollow period, okay? And then wa. Where is the best ways to look for wa? Well, wa is the ank and line dash. So if we look at the first picture, we can chase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5 symbols are otoko no ko. And we can see it in the second one, otoko no ko. So it must stand to reason that that 6th symbol is wa, where it's the straight line and then the ank with the T cross, okay? So you can see now that we can read this as otoko no ko wa, and then on the first slide, tabete. Tabete is the last 3 symbols of the first line. And a good way to remember it is tab is the T with an A that's been hollowed out on both sides, lowercase a, right? Bete, the be is the mountain slide with the eyes. So I like to call that the 7-Up guy, because it looks like a sideways 7 with the eyes. And for me, that immediately reminds me of a 7-Up character that used to be around in the 80s and 90s. So I can immediately see tabete, and te is the backwards J as a symbol, right? Because we know that the last line is immerse. So it becomes quite easy to group and then jump through a sentence in Japanese. So let's do that just on this first picture of this slide. O, C with the hat is to. The 2 lines, one with the little flick at the bottom, is ko. Otoko, the backwards upside down E that looks like outside, no. And then ko again. Then we have the wa symbol, the line with the ank and the T cross. So otoko no ko wa. And then tabete, which is the T with the hollowed out A, the B that looks like the mountainside with eyes, and then the backwards J, tabete, and then the last 3 symbols we know is immerse. Immerse. So we can now read this first line and jump through it and follow it as it gets said.
男の子は食べています。
Correct? Let's try that again.
男の子は食べています。
Okay. Do it a third time.
男の子は食べています。
Okay. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to translate back to the English. I'm going to move to slide 6 because I'm getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. As I've already explained, I usually like to. Purely because that then feeds into the writing and reading portion modules later on in this section. But just a heads up for those who want to get ahead and are struggling to sort of picture how the symbols in Japanese work in relation to English. Now I'm hoping that I've managed to give you enough information from what I've learned from this program and how I've built up this picture, this relationship between their language and ours with what I've learned thus far in the previous videos and streams, and being able to go from English to Japanese and to follow it when it is either audibly said or when I'm trying to read it myself after completing these 2 lessons and then going to the alphabetized o, to, ko, and the replication audibly of those symbols without the English, which again happens in the later modules. It does start to make sense. So try not to worry. And again, once this live stream goes up on YouTube, which brilliant if you've managed to catch the live stream, even better if you manage to make it to YouTube and you're watching this on YouTube right now, you'll get to pause all of this and scan as you wish to find the piece that you want and then to repeat it. So let's crack on a little bit further. Let's go to number 6.
彼女たちは書いています。
Well, there we go. We've now got to select which picture this relates to. So let's have a look at the kanji. And this will be quite easy to pick out because we should see wa as the last symbol of the first line. And we should be able to discount immerse because we know what its 3 symbols look like to say and read and write as immerse. So let's kanji it. Boom. Let's remove that bottom line because that's immerse. We know that. And we're looking for, where's the wa? Okay, so because we've gone from English, where kaite appears on the second line, it's now on the top. But we know what wa looks like, so we should be able to back it. And wa is the line with the circlet ank. I've probably drawn that backwards, so I'll try and do it that way and that. Yep. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 symbols in from the left, and 1, 2, 3 symbols in from the right. And I say that because if you look at immerse on the bottom line, kaite, we can see that the I in the middle is the 2 I lines that are before the backwards J at the end of the top line. And as I mentioned before, te after tabete, te is this backwards J symbol anyway. So we can turn around and back engineer where we want the wa to be. So we can now see what konojotachi wa looks like. Okay, so we can now turn around and break down a sentence in Japanese kanji after translation from English, right? Again, very basic stuff. It's still basic Japanese. It's still primary school level. Yep, sure. But the whole point of this is to give us the solid structure and foundational understanding of the language from English into Japanese so that we can relate how to make sentences, how to read, write, and speak them, how we know all of the components interact with each other in being able to understand Japanese so that we can then speak Japanese and listen to Japanese and then hopefully eventually reading Japanese, because I think reading is going to be the most difficult. No, I think writing too, because writing you have to know how to write brush strokes in the correct way in order to get the correct pressure to make some of these marks, right? And to write at speed, not even going to think about that right now. That's, into my 2nd year of learning, I think, and probably would be anyone else's. However, for speaking, listening, and basic reading, this is so far what I've managed to learn and figure out and digest to hopefully document and re-represent my progress to you. So this, kanojo tachi wa kaete imasu. Let's crack
彼
on.
らは泳いでいます。
Let's have another look. There's the kanji for it. Not too hard to follow.
彼らは泳いでいます。
Beautiful. So we know that's swimming,
彼らは料理しています。
which leaves the cooking. Brilliant. Easy-ish enough now to follow. In my eyes. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, by all means, leave a comment and give me some feedback on on these videos. It would be very much appreciated.
彼女は漢字を書いています。
Well, I wonder which one this could be, considering we are rehashing what we already know. We know cursive hiragana is in the middle. We know that the more straight edge, more formal katakana is on the right-hand side, and we know that sign writing is kanji, it's collective. So,
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
see, it starts to turn around and speak for itself. Which one is which?
彼はひらがなを書いています。
It's getting into the brain. It is definitely sticking. Oh.
彼はひらがなを
See, didn't pay attention. My eyes were half shut, and I made a mistake on opening them by clicking the wrong bloody picture because I'm an idiot.
彼らはカタカナを書いていま
But
す。
again, another reason I like doing this and not moving on until I've 100%ed the slide and made no mistakes, and the same for the whole module, is because it means that you get to rectify it immediately. And it
彼
means that you
女
learn it,
は漢字を書いています。
because you aren't going to want to make that mistake again.
彼はひらがなを書いています。
There we go. Not like this isn't like the third or fourth time that I've actually done this. So, you know, a little bit of a head start and previous experience. However, I will say the confidence to have it straight to the front of the brain, immediately recognizing it, or almost immediately recognizing it, when this isn't my first language, it's not my native language, it's definitely my, I want to say my third language now, because obviously I spent time at school being taught French, and a fair bit of French has stuck. I just don't use it on a day-to-day basis at all, and the last time I properly used it was the last holiday we had to France when my nan and granddad lived out there, which, you know, we're going back to the before the 2010s, I think, or into the very early 2010s, so we're talking a good 10 plus years now, a good decade or so now, and beyond since. But because of the amount of learning done, the amount of consolidation, and the amount of remembering done, it's some of it's still there. I can still understand some of it. I can still speak some of it. It's very rough, don't get me wrong, but it's a fair bit more than where I'm at with the Japanese. However, the Japanese is making a lot of sense to me, and it's interesting how, having done French, there are some similarities with the way that certain sounds that the French use and the Japanese use are also very similar in stopping being tongue-tied, and how they lead into each other. They're a way more fluid language than what English is, in my opinion, you know. So let's go to slide 8.
彼女はジュースを飲んでいます。
See, it speaks for itself. Which one do you think it is? Where should we go from here?
彼女は彼
Juice
は
は飲んで
走
いま
ってい
す。
ます。
I shouldn't have cut that off. That's my bad. But you get what I mean. It gets to the point where you just want to do it because you just know. So, hashiteimasu gives you the clue.
彼らは料理しています。
It's showing you the things, it's giving you enough to pick out what you need to pick out to identify. Again, easy way of learning, I find.
彼女は本を読んでいます。
It doesn't take the mick. It also taxes you when you should be taxed, and it makes things easier for you in a way that, or it presents it to you in a way that's easier to digest than most.
彼らは泳いでいます。
Because not everyone wants to be sat in a classroom or being taught it one-to-one and being told. There's a difference between doing something through visual kinetic learning or physical learning than there actually is by being told to do something. Not everyone likes being told to do things. That's one thing I'm trying to, you know, avoid, is telling people to do things. I'd much rather suggest an idea and someone runs with that idea and then does it of their own accord because they think it's a good idea. It's a good way of doing things.
彼は食べています。
There are a couple of pointers I will point out, though, that I think are useful, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be putting them forward as, you must do this, because that's just not me. There we go. And there's the 100% on the vocabulary. So let's crack on into the grammar. And the grammar's only 10 as well.
女の子
So here, we can now see with the Japanese translation what bit of the word it's presenting to us as to what we should be paying attention to. 女の子。
女の人、
女の人. See, this is where it's helpful to have this option down here to flick backwards and forwards between English, Japanese, English, Japanese, right? And you can see how it's trying to break down in English where the gap groupings are for the symbols in Japanese. So it makes it quite intuitive to learn to keep going backwards and forwards, which I recommend. I didn't do it in my first, apart from when I touched on it briefly. But now it's quite useful as a viewing tool to you guys after I'm doing this on my 3rd or 4th run through after the start of this year, doing this kind of content and these kind of lessons where I'm teaching myself. It's more a documentary of my growth, as I've mentioned before, and me learning this. So here we go.
男の子
There's the English. There's the Japanese grouping. See the difference? You see how we bounce from the symbols in the word syllabically.
男の人、
And again, the same here. Again, we'll keep it in English for the most part. But yeah, you can start to see the
の
makeup.
子
And this, as you can see here now, we are looking for which one is it. Well, we'll do these in English. But you can now see in this grouping, the one we need to select.
女男
Yeah? So we can now turn around and choose
女
and learn
男
the placements of the symbols in relation to the sounds.
女の
So
子
this is going to be well easy.
の
Okay?
子男の子
男の人の女の人、
With confidence. Fantastic. On to the next slide, I think, because again, now that you can see them as they are, you can disseminate this girl, top left, in relation to the older lady in the bottom right. You can see the onnano in both, to where it then changes to nshito, the same as the gentleman on the bottom left, where shito is the horseshoe and the C with the hat. You can see the difference. So now we've got the grouping, and now we've got the understanding of the relationship for the kanji symbols. We can turn around from the English, read the English and know how to pronounce. And we can also see the Japanese, that when we get to the audible,
女の子
we can now hear the bounce, and we can now use that bounce to bounce through these symbols to actually read Japanese and know what it relates to with regards to the English. How very intuitive. So, first one. Well, that's otoko no hito.
男の人、
Onna no hito.
女の人、
Onna no ko.
女の子
And otoko no ko.
男の子
See on here, it's now paying attention to the ending of the noun. So if we look, you can see the difference. The ko stays the same, And the 人 is as mentioned in the previous. So the front end that changes from male to female, sure. It doesn't change the end though. So it's only the ending that then the same as English. Whether we have I walk, he walks, she walked. Yeah, it's the what's the ending of the sound, you know, of the word. Sorry, you walk, you walked, we were walking. You know, this is what this is now doing, with the basics of what we've learned so far in the language. Let's move to 4.
男の
人、
男の人、
女の
女の子、
女の子
女の
人、
女の人、
男の
子。
男の子
Again, we can turn around and see from the selection what we're meant to do. Again, it's giving you that confidence that you've learnt it, you've understood it, you've taken it in, digested it, probably got some wrong, gone back and redone them, or done what I've been doing and not moving on until you get it right. And then rinse and repeating that as practice to then get the understanding that when we come to something like this, you're going to select the correct ending, or you're going to get the correct tense, the correct singular form or the correct plural form, whether it's male or female. So yeah, it's a pretty good system. It works really well.
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
So we know what's going to be going on here because there's only one that's writing katakana in this. But you can now see where it's trying to place what it's after into the part of the sentence for us to pay attention to start the doing of something. Okay, what are they doing here? Okay, clearly they're writing.
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます
So now it's trying to pay attention to the wa, which is a symbol we should all remember to be able to. There we go. There's the line with the Ankh T, as I call it. That's definitely a marker to keep an eye out for, a kanji symbol to look out for when reading and trying to follow the Japanese version, not the English, the Japanese version, when we're looking at media or when we're using this program to turn around and learn, so that we can keep our placement of what's being said in that sentence, so we can turn around and figure out where we are and to practice. Use it as like a bookend, yeah? Da 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 wa, or da 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 wa, da da, or whatever the formulation may be. We can then turn around and start to pick out the things. And look, we can see that we've got a no and a wa and an n. We can see we've got emas in here. We've got the o at the start. Onna no ko. We can see ko wa. Yeah? So it starts to get easier and easier and easier to follow and to read from English into Japanese and listening to Japanese whilst reading it. So it ends up becoming quite... It picks up in a natural way, teaches you
彼は
in
走っ
a
ています
non-invasive way that I think is really productive. It really does work.
彼は走っています
Again, giving us the very strong basic foundations of the Japanese language as an English speaker, to learn it, to understand it, to listen to it, to read it, to write it. So let's move on to slide 6 out of these 10.
彼女
Wa.
彼女は本を読んでいます。
Of course.
彼ら
Wa.
泳いでいます。
Of course.
彼らは泳いでいます。
男の子
Wa.
食べています男の子は食べています
彼はひらがな
Or.
書いています。 彼はひらがなを書いています。
Wa.
彼は料理しています。彼女は漢字
Or.
書いています。
See, this one is all about the placement.
彼女は漢字を
Can
書
you
いていま
remember
す。
which way round wa and or go in the sentence? Well, we've been learning and speaking along with to say wa at the start of the sentence before the doing, before the item subject and the doing adjective before there is. So, of course, it's going to be wa and then or. It's just remembering that we are saying it in that order when it comes to selecting in these sentences, when it's asking us of either. So again, it starts to become second nature very quickly, very easily.
男の子は本を読んでいます。
Singular boy, book, reading, there is.
女の子は走っています。
A little girl running, there is.
男の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Group of girls, group of boys reading, a book reading, there is.
女の子たちは走っていま
There we
す。
go. Group of girls running, there is. Oh! Excuse me. So yes, now it's looking for the tachi, right, in the sentence. Now that's what it looks like. You see how we see the chi, but without the funny sideways P with the hair, sorry, to change it into cha for like ocha. It's chi here, and this is how chi looks. Tachi, ta-chi, T with the hollowed A, ta. Chi is chi without the P with hair to make it cha. So we're already starting to see, again, we can roll through these sentences. I do that with this top one, the top left, which in English, onna no kotachi wa hashiteimasu. Okay, so there's the tachi that we're wanting to get to. So concentrate on following the first symbols for onna no ko, before we get to the tachi wa, which is that entire first line. Yeah, this is where it's good to see where wa is as the bookend in the sentence to be able to see if you can read along at speed the symbols that represent the sounds, the syllables of what you're saying. On, na, no, ko, tachi, wa. Right? Let's give it a go.
女の子たちは走っています。
So we can see where te is because of the backwards J on the bottom line in the middle. And we know what immerse looks like. So you can turn around and figure out what hashiteimasu means. Yeah? And you can also see the double T of iteimasu. Look at how when we get to it in the sentence, before the te, the backwards J symbol, right? How before it, the L and then the reversed C, there's a lot of space in that sentence to tell you to hang, and that there's not much sound there. There's not much air and breath there. Listen again, and when you get to that point from on that bottom line, that hashiteimasu, that's why there's the pause. Because written down, that's what the pause would look like. What's also describing the sound that needs to be made coming next.
女の子たちは走っています。
See? It's almost like, yeah, and with a bit of breath, a bit of a holding it in. So again, you can see in this construct, even in the grammar stages, it starts to get even easier if you're going backwards and forwards to read and understand the kanji symbols, the hiragana and the katakana of Japanese in relation to the English. So again, even though it's very basic, it starts getting into your head, it starts to permeate, and it starts to stick. It's very non-invasive. It's quite an easy way to learn, and so long as you have your own methodology that works for you in how you digest this information, so like I've mentioned, for me, It's just rinse and repeating until I get the 100% and I move on. And then I'll revisit it. I'll repeat it, and I'll keep doing that until it sticks, until it stays there. This being the third or fourth time I've gone through this this year, it's sticking remarkably well. Again, we're still only less than a month into the new year as it is, but in such a short time to have that understanding, despite the impetus to want to learn Japanese and understand it on top of all the other stuff that I digest that is Japanese, this actually learning to speak, read, and write the language and stuff to be able to speak it is really good. It's really starting to stick in. I hope it is for you too. Let's move on to number 8.
はお茶を飲んでいます。
So here we're now having to select the correct version of what we're after to make this sentence complete for the picture we see. Which we know we can discount Tachi because it's not a group. Straight up.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。は水を飲んでいます。
Well, I wonder which it could be. Which one do you think it is? If this is the singular, then this has to be the plural, right?
男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
は食べています。
女
の人は食べています。女の人たちは食べています。
There we go, you see? Excuse me, finish off my cold coffee. So again, this is it's a repetition exercise. It's kind of process of elimination, but it's also teaching that when you are selecting to make a sentence, see the immediacy. Just how fast are you on the uptake? It's trying to get you to also be critical of your own learning. If this is starting to take a little while, then yeah, take your time by all means. That's great, but then you need to be looking at how your relationship to what you're learning is maybe a little slower on the uptake, which is never always a bad thing. It just might mean that you're not as visual a learner. You might not be as kinetic a learner. And therefore, a slight tweak and adjustment to how you're learning this information may need to be made. Now, that might be going through it slower. It might be you're a person that needs to take external notes outside the program. Maybe you want to do it with someone else. Who knows? It could be absolutely anything. But at this stage, it should be easier to remember that the singular is this, otoko no shito, or onna no shito, for the older lady and male, and that shitotachi, whether it's otoko or onna no, is plural, group of. Okay, which is why, again, it gets you to concentrate on this first section of sentence, not the last. The last section of sentence, the doing with the object, very easy. Very easy to get now because it's been the basis of 99% of most of the material thus far. Let's go on to slide 9.
彼女は料理しています。
Okay, 彼女は料理しています。
子供たちは走っています。
The girl's running. 子供たちは走っています。
彼らは料理しています。
The one that I struggle with all the time.
彼らは料理しています。
Ultimately difficult sentence for pronunciation. Listen to that.
彼らは料理しています。
That feels so unnatural to say that at speed, even following along. 彼らは料理しています。
彼らは料理しています。
彼らは料理しています。I mean, we know which one it is.
彼は食べています。
It's the only one that's left. But you can see why they chuck in the ones that are very difficult for English speakers, just so that when it comes to pronouncing, even if you're only following along, it again, when it comes to the strictness of pronunciation and actually speaking it back for it to recognize, it's trying to soften you up and make your mouth sounds and muscles more malleable to being able to say these particular sounds, vowels, consonants in the format that they are more fluidly, so that it's actually easier for you to say things in Japanese and be more Japanese than an English person speaking Japanese with an English accent, you know? Or at least that's the intention from what I can gather. It's the same as when you're in school and they teach you English, German, Latin, Greek, whatever. And as much as they give you all the theory side and the book side, and this is where our language came from, and yada, 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 when it comes to speaking, they are bang on the precision. Because in other languages, compared to English, that's just butchered every other language on the planet and stuck it together, with their languages, they are closer to their base or proto-languages, where these sounds were actually created from. So they're closer to their creation point and therefore much easier to produce than English. It's just English has become de facto international language of the planet. Probably because it's every other language butchered together and stuck together and modified and developed over the years that has a basis in most other languages. Whereas you look at the language tree of other languages, which ones have dipped off from where, there are similarities from certain like starter languages, if you like, that's not the right word, but like seed languages that you can follow have specific trends that seem to stay the same through that portion of the tree, and as a result there are parts and elements that are incredibly similar that allows speakers of different nations that utilize those specific types of language to be able to at least roughly understand each other, because they have the same formulations, the same sounds, sometimes even the same words that mean roughly the same things. So they can, there's more integration there. We don't have that luck as English speakers in the Western world, I don't think, because we don't necessarily get taught this when it comes to other languages, or shown that that's where other languages come from. So, you know, we've just got to that imperialistic, this is our language, you're going to learn it, and then it's become the language, the international language, which is why 95% of those who speak a second language, English is their second language. Which I think is a little bit of a, you know, a doggone done by that's where we're at on the planet. Like, why wasn't it another language that is the international language? Or is it just because the British decided to invade literally everybody to basically own the planet, I guess? And it became the de facto language. I don't know. I can't answer that. I have my own ideas and theories, but it is what it is. Anyway, let's crack on. So here we go. Lady in the top left. Oh, it's got to be Kanojo wa oche o nondeimasu. Ocha o nondeimasu. Ta-da!
彼女はお茶を飲んでいます。
Beautiful. We've got a group of ladies. Are they eating? Yes, they are. Kanojo tachi wa tabete imasu.
彼女たちは食べています。
Beautiful. What have we got here? Oh, look at that. They're writing. Karera wa katakana o kaete imasu.
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
Beautiful. And then we got Mr. Runner. That's hashite. So, kare wa hashite imasu.
彼は走っています。
Nice. There we go. And that's the reading done at 100%. So let's crack on. Oh no, that was
男の子、
otoko no ko.
男の子と
To
女の子、
onna no ko.
女の子、な
Na.
な
Here we go. this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. See how at the bottom, above all of my slide sections, there is no ABC, English, Romaji to katakana and hiragana, or the kanji buttons or anything like that. It forces you at this point to learn and read Japanese. So again, it highlights the differences in male and female of where to look as to the sound that you're after when in regards to this particular kanji symbol, for example. So we can see straight up the first symbol is exactly the same in both, where we've got the o. But then if we look at the little girl, she's got the H with the U, that's the elongator, and it wants us to go with the third symbol, which is
な、
na. On. So you can see this one, on nanoko. Right? So again, we can turn around and already pass before even leaving this page what these symbols actually are. Oto, ko, no, ko at the top. Straight up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oto,
と、
ko, no, ko. Same with the bottom. O, na, no, ko.
な、
Yeah.
な、
no, ko. Sweet. So let's move to slide 2.
男の子と女の子なと
So now we get to select which one it is.
とな
I wonder which one it could be.
なななと
There we go. See, relatively swift and easy because again, we've got the reference at the top, easy to pick out. We've just turned around and done the verbalization, and we can reference. There's the symbol we're after. That's the sound we want, and this is it in context. Let's move on.
水を飲んでいます。
Mizu o nondeimasu.
水を飲んでいますの
No.
の本を読んでいます。
Hon o yondeimasu.
本を読んでいます。ん
Mm.
ん
So again, this is the exercise I was referencing earlier on in the stream, where you can turn around and see which symbols are quite useful in knowing when you're trying to bounce and read kanji, katakana, hiragana in a sentence, in a word, in the materials that we've been doing, where you can see where, right, this one I know this one, I can use that as a bookend marker to hear the sounds that I'm producing. That, all right, so I know where I'm going in the sentence to hear, and I know that this is wa, or this is immerse, or this is such and such. Now that we're breaking it down into the actual alphabetical sounds that are produced, it should now be getting a lot easier to then follow when we get back to an exercise where we've got ABC Romanji into katakana, hiragana, and kanji symbolization, where we'll be able to swap and see, listen to the audio cue, and then find out where we are in the sentence. Again, even though it's basic, we can then turn around and jump and follow the pattern of that sound. So again, really picking up on how to learn the Japanese language here. Hope you are too. And I hope seeing this progress and this review is helping to sort of consolidate all of the work that's been done previous through this week and last. Before my issues, and I hope it's helping you see how I'm documenting my progress in learning this language and understanding this language, and your own, if you're choosing to use this as a material source to be able to do exactly the same as me, learn Japanese and read Japanese and speak Japanese. So let's move on to 4.
水を飲んでいますの本を読んでいます。ん の、の、ん、の、の、ん。
So you can see this is the exercise I find the most useful in being able to read and bounce through the language, particularly top right, because it shows you the chance of a double stop or one of those individual binders, as I like to call them, of the Japanese language, where it is the one letter and the one sound that just appears by itself. Again, good bookender to sort of use that as like imagine if you wrote this out and put just a straight line in the middle of it, and you're bouncing from this side to this side or from this side to this side to figure out where you are between symbols and so on and sounds in the language. I think that's the most useful, or this is the most useful exercise in being able to do exactly that, in trying to push your own learning and get some of that, what would be feature creep, I suppose, of the language in relationship to your English speaking.
と、の、ん、な。
There we go. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. Very easy to replicate. I will repeat these from top left to top right, bottom left to bottom right. So, top left,
な、
na, top right,
の、
no, bottom left,
と、
to, bottom right. Once again,
な、の、と、
there we go. On to 6.
女の子。
Oh, here we go. Now this is where we start to get a little bit more involved, because we now got to select the correct sound. So you have to pay attention to what we've just learned, and then also select the correct sound from what's following on from the previous symbol. So
女の子。
there we go.
女の子。男の子。
What's missing? Well, we're looking for,
男の子。
we know what kon or ko looks like, so it's got to be C with the hat.
男の子。水を飲んでいます。
I wonder. Mizu o nondemasu. Okay.
水を飲んでいます。
And again,
本を読んでいます。
these are the ones that give it away. The previous slides where we noticed we had the double HU joiner, that's the end, the binder. We noticed it happened twice in a sentence. For hon yo yondemasu, right?
本を読んでいます。
So again, you can start to see the formulation of the sentence with ones like this, because it's got a duo in it of binder. So it makes it a little easier to start to digest and start to understand, particularly in this particular context. So let's move to 7.
男の子たち。
Otoko no kotachi.
男の子たち。子。
Ko.
子。女の子たち。
Onna no kotachi.
女の子たち。お。
Or.
お。
There we go. So we're starting to get a few more of the symbols that are cracking on. So we got
こ。
ko is the top one.
お。
Or is the bottom one. This or at the
Or.
bottom is one that we've come across numerous times, because most of the or is at the start of the words that we've turned around and been utilizing. Otokonoko. Onanoko. Yeah. It's also in the end of a sentence. Kare wa okaitemasu. You know? Or hon o yondemasu, etc. So we start to build up this colourful picture of how this is all meant to fit together like a jigsaw or a Lego construct or something similar, you know? It starts to make sense.
男の子たち、こ、女の子たち、お、お、
Or
お、こ、
ko
こ、お、
or
お、こ、
ko.
こ。
Fantastic. And it gets faster and faster and faster on recalling this information too. Let's go slide 9.
お、
Oh, where are we? Where are we? There we go.
こ、
Ko.
ん、 な、
Where am I? Otokonna. It's not that
Nah.
one. It's the one I always get wrong. The
No.
one with the sideways ank. That's no. There's one I've got to turn around and do again. Well, what do you know? Let's do it again. And it'll be a different order, hopefully.
こ、な、
Oh, I've done it again. Every single time.
お、
I get na and not messed up every time. Every single time.
ん、 お、
Or
な、
I did this before, didn't I? There we go.
No.
There we are.
と、
Dog. And then ko.
こ、
Yeah. See what I mean? Easy to get a mistake in when you're still getting used to the difference between
の、な、の、な、の、な。
yeah. So in order, top left, top row to top right, and then bottom left to bottom right, bottom row.
と、
Do,
の、
no,
お、
oh,
な、
na,
こ、
ko,
ん、
And again, follow the green audio click.
と、と、と、の、の、の、お、お、お、な、な、な、こ、こ、こ、ん、ん、ん。
There we go. Hopefully that's helped. Again, re-cement it in my brain. Let's go to the slide 10.
女の子たち、
Here we go. Symbol selection. Nice and easy.
女の子たち、水を飲んでいます。
Oh, E.
水を飲んで
Because
い
it had it
ます。
after it. I didn't even see the bit
女の
after
子、
it. Oh, on. No, that's two wrong. No,
Onnano-
start again. I don't know why I'm trying to rush this section, because I've done this prior. This is crazy.
女の子たち、
I'm being silly. Maybe it's because I need another break. The stream's been going 3 hours. Jesus.
女の子
It's no
た
wonder
ち、
my coffee was
水
cold.
を飲んでいます。水を飲んでいます。女の子、
女の子。
女の子、男の子、
男の子。
男の子、
Here's the double
本
ends.
を読んでいます。
本を読んでいます。
本を読んでいます。
男の子たち。
男の子たち、
男の子たち。
男の子たち、
So yeah, that one's a little bit on the tough side.
女の子たち、水を飲んでいます。
It's a shame. The one thing I would say as a critique and feedback of this is that once you select it, it should still highlight, or it should highlight after the fact once you've selected it, what it was you selected, so that you can turn around and again
水を飲んでいます。
and figure out what it was you put in, so you can follow the symbols and therefore the audio cue to what's happening and what you're reading.
女の子、
Because some of them are easy. I mean, look at otokonoko. That's well easy to read.
男の子。
Very easy. 本を読んでいます。
本を読んでいます。
男の子たち。
男の子たち。
Not as hard as it seems now, is it? Again, this is still the basic beats, but it is what it is.
男の子。
This is the exercise. O, to, ko, no, ko. Look at that.
男の子。
This is what I was
女の
referencing.
子。
This is what I was referencing way earlier in the stream. With regards to, you get to then see the bounce of the syllabic jump, the flow of a word, and how it is produced by the kanji. Now that we know the kanji, their sounds thus far with the ones that we've learnt, and how to build a word. O, n, na, no, ko.
女の子。
Interesting how this slide I've always done better on slide 11 of the reading when selecting than I ever have on slide 10, despite 7 through 9 teaching me, or the whole of everything from 1 to 9, sorry, in this one, teaching me all of those symbols on the lead up, understanding all the previous work that we've done. That slide 10 is a bugger. It gets me every single time. So let's continue to the writing. This is a small
男
one.
の子。お、
O,
お、と、
to,
と、こ、
ko,
こ、の、
no,
の、こ、
ko.
こ。男の子。
Otoko no ko.
男の子。
There we go. Now we get a typing section where you actually physically have to type it, which is going to be great fun, particularly for us who don't have Japanese keyboards.
と、
To,
と、お、
o,
お、こ、
ko, ko.
こ。
That's a little annoying. It's going to turn around and come up as orange, isn't it?
こ、
Ko. No, it didn't.
こ、と、
To,
と、お、
o.
お。
Lovely jubbly. And slide 4. To,
と、
o,
お、
ko.
こ。
Nice, easy and simple, right? Obviously, trying to do these at home is going to be a little bit more difficult, but by now it should be quite easy to reference the slide, what these pictures are, and again, you could pause before I type anything. Although, granted, I should probably do this. There we go.
To. O. Ko.
Something along those lines, maybe. I know I'm not taking the piss. I am genuinely being serious. Again, I don't really have a structure and formulation about how I'm going to react to these streams and videos or the content I produce. It's just all natural. So, you know, it's giving you guys time to think about things, but because I know that I've already done these lessons, they're already available on YouTube, and this is the just full length stream of all of the material since this database break of Rosetta Stone. This long form format, going through everything that I've done so far, is part of my consolidation process after the fact, and to also produce something that is going to come out today, be processed, that people will be able to see later on. And if they enjoyed the long form content, here it is. If they want the short form content, it's in the playlist on my YouTube channel, which are all the previous streams as they happened, broken down and uploaded. So it's up to you which videos you want to watch, with which descriptive content you want to digest with regards to watching and learning this.
女の子を
Oh,
おん
mm,
んな
nah,
なの
no,
の子
ko,
子女の子
onna no ko.
女の子
Lovely. Brilliant stuff. Let's move to the next slide. I'll do it in a second in case anyone wants to pause to this point. There we go, it should be enough. Number 6.
ん
ん
んな
na,
なの
no,
の
this middle one.
な
It's the one that I always seem to have trouble with between these two. So you need to remember that no is the upside down on the side E. Nah is the one that I always get wrong. So, nah, mate, I need to remember that nah is the one I get wrong. So, nah, mate, just keep getting it wrong, I suppose. This would be a good relationship to remember it by. Shame it's not sticking.
の
no,
のん
n,
んな
nah.
な
Easy enough on the selector. Let's go to number 8. Nah.
な
Got it right for once. I wonder what this one is. No.
の
That leaves our favourite, the H with the U bounds to its leg. N.
ん
Brilliant. That gets us to slide 9. We're nearly at the end of the
Na.
writing. So where's nat? The one I get wrong all the time.
の
No. It's the one I get right. Usually.
ん
Mm.
お
Oh.
こ
Ko.
と
To. There we go. Look at that beauty. Managed to smash that one straight off the bat with confidence. And then the last slide of writing.
男の子
O. To. To. No. Ko.
女の子
O. N. Na. No. Ko. See, nice and easy when you know what you're doing and you're getting it right because you've been told by the program and listened. In my case, when I do listen and I don't get it wrong. But again, like I say, unscripted, just off the dome. There's, I'm just doing this as a bit of fun because I want to document my progress. I hope people are enjoying the content. As it shows, I am only human. There's only so much you can do. We can't be perfect all the time. And as someone with OCD who has that perfectionism order thing as part of that portion of one of my mental health issues, it's really difficult to combat against the imposter syndrome of that thought process that's trying to be perfect all the goddamn time. Really hard to break that routine. It's really hard to skirt around a lot of the time. But in this setting, it's quite a useful tool to have and let run a little bit wild, but also to not take oneself too seriously. So let's go to the home screen for the moment. this is where we were getting to, the listening and reading, and then the speaking and review I had not done before the break, and before the issues that I started to have with this. So again, what I'm going to do now at 3 hours and nearly 14 minutes into this one video, this one stream, I'm going to hit up a break again for a couple of minutes, and we're going to smash the listening and reading, get into the speaking. Now the speaking one will be new to me. I haven't done that at all. That's what I was going to do on the Thursday that I didn't stream, and then I went to go do it on the Friday with this and the review, and that's when I found that Rosetta Stone had broken. So this section here I will do as part of this stream, but I'm going to rinse and repeat these two as separates to make up for the video that should have gone up that didn't. Alright, so for now, I'm going to get our asses back to, where are we? Let's do that. Let's do this. And we're going to do this bad boy as I go for a swift break. Let's go. And let's bring this down and pause that bad boy. And where are we? Here we go. There we go. Back we are. Alright, let's crack on with this review after that quick break. And let's get into the listening. It's about 10 minutes long. Again,
こんにちは。
konnichiwa.
さようなら。
Sayonara. There we go. Fantastic. Hello and goodbye. Let's go slide 2.
男の人、
Otoko no hito.
女の子。
Onna no ko.
女の人、
Onna no hito.
男の子。
Otoko no ko. See, we're starting to get the hang of the language. We're getting the speech down with what's being said and the replication, and we're matching what we're being told with what's coming up on the screen. And yeah, it's 19 slides, shouldn't take too long, because again, this is I want to say basic. At this point, it's starting to ramp up that you should know by now, after going through the previous modules, what these things are.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
I mean,
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。女の子は食べています。
it's basically the first module, but with all of the text removed and just the audio, and then you select which one's correct. Just for those who are wondering or have noticed, hang on a minute, you're doing the same thing over and over again. Why is that? Well, this is the reason why, because that's the teaching method of the program. That's what this module is all about. That's why there's 19 of them. It does ramp up somewhere in this middle section, though, if memory serves. It does throw you a couple of curveballs.
女の人は食べています。男の人は食べています。男の子は食べています。女の子は食べています。
So again, you can turn around and see the speed at which I am able to go with regards to just listening, relating to what I see and what I'm hearing. I'm not just cheating and choosing 2 little bits. It's the whole sentence is right there, which is good, because that's the whole point of learning the language, is for it to be that fast in recognition. So, let's crack on.
女の子は走っています。女の人は走っています。男の人は走っています。男の子は走っています。
Nice. Fantastic. So, not too difficult, not too hard, and immediacy is right there. Which is why the listening portion of the module, it's not too difficult, because by now you'll have hashed out and heard these over and over and over again, and the different ways of relating these to the pictures on the screen in the program. You've got used to it. So that relationship is built, it's strong, and it's pretty immediate, which is pretty good going, to be honest, for any kind of program. So let's crack on.
女の子は本を読んでいます。女の人は本を読んでいます。男の子は本を読んでいます。男の人は本を読んでいます。
Ta-da! Yeah, see, by this stage, I think this module is designed, and the reason it's longer is because by now the confidence is there, along with all of the tools that they've taught you to recognize the various differences in language in Japanese for these various pictures, for what the sentence actually is, for what the context is, what the subject is, etc. So yeah, it should be coming quite easy at this stage.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
男の子は本を読んでいます。
男の子は走っています。
Again, very simple, very easy. Rehashing what we had in the first module or two, almost in the same order if memory serves. Not necessarily in the page, but the fact that it's gone male, female, female, male, male, female, etc. And it just bounces backwards and forwards between them. So it's a good learning method.
男の子たちは食べています。男の子は食べています。女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。女の子は水を飲んでいます。
Goes without saying. Also mixing it up as well between girls and boys, and singular and plural. Again, it's the mixture of everything that's happened so far. So yeah, it's pretty good going so far. Hope you're
男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
joining in well and doing well at home.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。女の子は走っています。女の子たちは走っています。
Again, not too massively challenging, but again, it's rehashing the things that we've already learned and know, and those kinds of things are, again, it's designs that you should be picking this up, digesting it, and able to replicate it for these exercises. Non-invasive, nice and easy.
男の子たちは本を読んでいます。女の人は食べています。女の人たちは食べています。男の子は本を読んでいます。
So,
男の子は本を読んでいます。
I thought I heard someone calling me during that one. It's like, what? And it's not. It stopped me paying attention to the young boy reading by himself. There is. Let's crack on.
女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人は
女の子は本を読んでいます。女の人たちは本を
Don't even need to
女
finish
の
it.
子たちは
See, you get to this stage and it starts to become second nature. You don't really need to let it finish to collect and say. But just for the perseverance of having completion.
女の子たちは本を読んでいます。女の人は本を読んでいます。女の子は本を読んでいます。女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
Beautiful. Next slide. Let's go.
彼は走っています。彼女たちは食べています。彼らは本を読んでいます。彼女はお茶を飲んでいます。
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. There we go. On to the next slide.
子供たちは走っ ています。
No, that's the one that will try and trick you because that's the young girls that are running.
彼は走っています。彼女は走っています。
彼らは料理しています。彼は料理しています。彼女は料理しています。
Beautiful. Love to see it. Next slide. Already at 15.
女の人たちは泳いでいます。男の人は泳いでいます。女の子は泳いでいます。男の子たちは泳いでいます。
Nice and simple when it comes to the swimming. Again, rehashing what we've already done in previous modules. It's just, again, taking out the text before speaking it and either getting us to say along with it or in learning what these are so that we can learn whether it's singular girl, young girl, or a group of older ladies, or whether it's the older man, or whether it's a group of younger boys.
男の人たちは食べています。
Oh, well, I wonder.
男の人は料理しています。男の人は食べています。男の人たちは料理しています。
There we go. See, it doesn't become that hard to learn Japanese if you follow something like this that is directed to build you from the base up. Certainly works for me. I hope it is working for anyone who watches this stream or this video when it's on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching if you made it this far. 3.5 hours in.
女の人たちは走っています。女の人は走っています。女の人は泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。
Again, easy and powering along now. Powering through to the end.
彼はひらがなを書いています。
Immediately.
彼女は漢字を書いています。彼らはカタカナを書いています。
There we are. Look at that. Beautiful. Certainly getting there now. Certainly getting there now.
女の子は本を読んでいます。
女の子は本を読んでいます。
女の子は書いています。女の子たちは書いています。女の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Well, I don't know what to say about that. That's 100% correct. All 71. Both. Listening and reading. Should be a good one.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
さようなら。
さようなら. Got a number 19 in this bad boy. Let's go, move on.
男の人、
男の人、
女の人、
女の人、
女の子。
女の子、
男の子。
男の子。Wow.
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。女の子は食べています。
Which one do we think that is?
男の子は水を飲んでいます。男の子は 食べています。
So we get the idea. In this part, listening and reading, and I believe I did the same. No, I might not have done it for the previous one. But I think this is the one where I realized listening and reading, this is where we need to be in the Japanese, the katakana and the hiragana. In my opinion. That might not be how others want to do it, but I think for this part, for this section, anyway, this is where we need to be at. We need to now not be using the English specifically for this one module, and it needs to be in Japanese so that we can listen and read in Japanese where we are in the sentence to get used to reading these kanjis and these sounds, the way that they are formulated and the way that they're written and the way that they make up the sentence of what we're trying to listen to and to say. So I think, again, I've only done the first two, and some basic, prove the point. Number 3, this is the one where we're going to swap over, and we go to number 4.
女の人は食べています。
女の人は食べています。
男の人は食べています。男の子は食べています。女の子は食べています。
Beautiful. So now we can see the slight differences, but you can also now recognize where certain words that we've seen in English and have heard, where they now lie in the Japanese sentence. You can clearly see a mass. You can clearly see a mass on that last line in all of them. We can get rid of that. Beforehand, the previous 3 symbols, the last 3 symbols of each of the top line, tabete. We can now see tabete. That's quite easy, right? And we can see before it, wa, in every single one, wa. So now it's just the front end. Onnanako on the left, onnanoshito on the right. Bottom left, otokonoko and otokonoshito. So this, you can see why I'm suggesting and why I do this. Why in this part of the program, I am now reading and listening with the Japanese kanji, hiragana, katakana, because now it makes sense to do so, to be able to start learning that portion, start building up those pictures in my head in relationship to what I've already learned with regards to the writing, with regards to the pronunciation, the grammar, the vocabulary, etc. So you're starting to collate and corral and caress all this stuff into one big section in your mind that is now, oh, I get the Japanese language a little bit. Again, basics, but good basics to have a decent foundation on, to be able to not have to English it, but to be able to now start reading Japanese properly whilst listening to it. And there's nothing wrong with talking it back by using the buttons, you know, the
女の子は食べています。
女
女の
の人
人は
は
食べ
食べて
ていま
いますす。etc.
男の子は食べています。男の人は食べています。
There we go. On to slide 5. Let's get to 19 soon.
女の人は走っています。男の子は走っています。男の人は走っています。女の子は走っています。
There we go. Same structure applies here between the two, with the immerse at the bottom and the hashite. You see how hashite, yeah, is after the wa.
男の子は走っています。
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
男の子は本を読んでいます。男の子は本を読んでいます。男の人は本を読んでいます。女の子は本を読んでいます。女の人は本を読んでいます。
Wah! So now here we can see the hon or yondeimasu quite easily, considering we know otokonoko and otokonoshito and onnanoko and onnanoshito. So we can remove some of those symbols of recognition to learn the ones that we don't necessarily have the understanding for. Okay, so again, it becomes another process of elimination, but it becomes one that's so much easier and like to the fingertips that it makes it almost negligible, that we're now able to assimilate and process the language when it comes to being written in association to what's being said to us, to be able to pick the correct picture in the slide. So it's, again, not a bad tool to be learning Japanese with at all. Again, if it applies to your particular visual and kinetic learning like method, how you digest information, how you process information, what your preferred method of learning is.
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
Well,
男の子は本を読んでいます。
男の子は走っています。男の子は食べています。
yeah. Full house. Full house. So now we can see where the slight differences in these sentences are and just how much changes and just how little changes. Not that much. It's getting easier. That's what that's a sign of. And it's easier to identify those changes too.
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。男の子たちは食べています。女の子は水を飲んでいます。
Oh dear, it's stuck in my tooth, I think. Ugh. Lovely.
女の子たちは走っています。女の子たちは走っています。男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
Easy stuff when you know what you're
女の
listening
子
for
は走っています。
or looking for.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。
Beautiful. Nice and easy. Nice and simple.
女の人は食べています。男の子は本を読んでいます。女の人たちは食べています。男の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Beautiful. Beautiful. Looks like 10 out of 19, so we're just over the halfway point, which is good.
女の子たちは本を読んでいます。
And again.
女の子たちは本を読んでいます。女の人は本を読んでいます。女の人たちは本を読んでいます。女の子は本を読んでいます。
彼女たちは食べています。彼らは本を読んでいます。彼は走っています。彼女はお茶を飲んでいます。
Nice and simple. Very nice and simple. Oh, I'm yawning like a bugger. Caffeine's leaving my
彼女
body.
は走っています。子供たちは走っています。彼は走っています。
Beautiful. Definitely getting there.
彼女は料理しています。彼は料理しています。彼らは料理しています。
It's almost like it doesn't want me to get it wrong now. Considering how fast like I'm able to get through it, but then it's also not swapping the pictures around. That is contentious on this particular run through, I suppose. Not really too much of an issue.
男の人は泳いでいます。女の子は泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。男の子たちは泳いでいます。
Again, you can see the picture that's been built up. I'll leave this screen up for a little bit so you can see the differences between the two sides. The male, the female, the singular, old, the plural, young, and vice versa, the singular, young, and the plural, old. Again, it's easy to now see, now that we know what some of these symbols actually mean, say, sound like, we can now jump through the sentences. So I'm just going to quickly go through these at 15.
男の子たちは泳いでいます。男の子たちは泳いでいます。
And now go down.
男の人は泳いでいます。男の人は泳いでいます。女の子は泳いでいます。女の子は泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。
There we go. Just for reference. There we are. On to 16. We've only got 4 more of these left.
男の人は料理しています。男の人たちは食べています。男の人たちは料理しています。男の人は食べています。
Again, I'll leave these up and go
男の人は料理しています。
slide 1.
男の人は料理しています。
Number 2.
男の人は食べています。男の人は食べています。
Bottom left. 3.
男の人たちは料理しています。男の人たちは料理しています。
And bottom right, number 4.
男の人たちは食べています。男の人たちは食べています。
There we go. Let's crack on. Number 17.
女の人たちは泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。女の人は走っています。女の人たちは走っています。女の人は泳いでいます。女の人は泳いでいます。
There we go. Do the same here.
女の人たちは 泳いでいます。女の人たちは泳いでいます。女の人たちは走っています。女の人たちは走っています。女の人は泳いでいます。女の人は泳いでいます。女の人は走っています。女の人は走っています。
Beautiful. On to number 18 and 19.
彼はひらがなを書いています。彼らはカタカナを書いています。彼女は漢字を書いています。
Right. So for this one, I'm going to highlight the English. There is the English. Then for the kanji, there she is. We can see where kanji, katakana, and hiragana is in each of these.
彼女は漢字を書いています。彼らはカタカナを書いています。彼はひらがなを書いています。
Next slide, last slide.
女の子は本を読んでいます。女の子は書いています。女の子たちは本を読んでいます。
Beautiful.
女の子たちは書いています。
Fantastic. So, oh, look at that. We're going to close that second. And we're going to do the same with this one. Go back to the English. And then back to the hiragana and katakana. And top left to top right, bottom left to bottom right.
女の子たちは書いています。女の子は書いています。女の子たちは本を読んでいます。女の子は本を読んでいます。
And there we go. Let's return to the home screen. So here we are. We've done and redone everything we did last week and the week before leading up to the crash. And I'm yet to do the speaking section, which is only 10 minutes. So let's crack on with that. I'm hoping to be able to cut the video from here onwards to produce what would be the video that's missing from last week, in the hope of being able to have a fully complete playlist of this entire Core 1 unit. So here goes. Here we are. Unit 1, Lesson 1. In the speaking of Rosetta Stone 3. So here's hoping that after the issues of last week, where the database crashed and lost all this progress, we can start here. So once again, I'm Spike. Welcome to my channel, and this is self-taught Japanese for my own personal amusement, my own hobby, my own achievements and goals. But I'm hoping to document my progress for anyone who's watching, and obviously be able to post up so that people can see whereabouts I am in my learning, but also to show that it can be done. It can be done casually, and I've chosen this program because it seems to, for me, be the best visual and kinetic way of learning with the way it produces stuff. So without further ado, let's get into this speaking unit that I have not touched, despite having earlier today had to redo from core lesson 1 all the way through to the listening and reading module, as I wanted to in the last video that I did put up of this, whereby before the crash, speaking and the review were what I was about to do. So here goes. Let's go into the speaking and let's see what the speaking is all about.
こんにちは。
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 さようなら。
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 Fantastic. So this one is just going to be, I think, a speaking unit where it's just going to give us the words and then we need to speak them. It's as simple as that. So I'm hoping that with it being only 10 slides long, as it were, I'm going to do it in English Romaji characters first, and then I will probably repeat this. We will see. We will see. If not, I'm going to flick backwards and forwards between these two. So let's go to slide 2.
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。男の子は水を飲んでいます。
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
Perfect. That's actually pretty spot on from what I was expecting. That's already happened in the first module. Let's carry on. Number 3.
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は水を飲んでいます。女の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
Just as I thought, it's going to chuck out things at us with no warning. So, grey box, we need to follow what this says and then say what we need to say, what we think this is going to be, based off of what it leads us up with and leads to. Okay, so let's crack on to number 4. See if we can get these right.
男の人は走っています。男の人は本を読んでいます。女の人は走っています。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
So yeah, it's leading us in, as you can see, with the male version. And then or in this case, it's the male version that's across the top. And then it's giving us the female version along the bottom. And whatever's on this right-hand side, we need to do the female version of, or the male version of, depending, of whatever's on this side. So it gives us the chance to go, oh, I get what it's asking of. It's this bottom one, but in this context. That's relatively easy, non-invasive, again, nice and simple with everything that's been learnt so far. Let's carry on. Let's see if we can turn around and ace the speaking on our first try. Knowing my luck, probably not, but we'll give it a go.
女の子は水を飲んでいます。
女の子は水を飲んでいます。
女の子は水を飲んでいます。女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。男の子たちは食べています。
男の子たちは食べています。
男の子たちは食べています。
I liked that this third one, pronounced correct, but still, just did you see the tiniest little bit of green off the marker wasn't full. Not too bothered.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。And again,
男の人はお
and
茶
again.
を飲んでいます。男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
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 Yeah, not so bad. Not so bad. I also like how it throws the use of the male and the female voice just at you, out of the ordinary, out of random. Curveball. It does throw me a little bit. I don't know if it throws you a little bit, but it may do. But yes, the speaking along here, doing pretty well halfway through. We're a little over halfway through. Let's get on to slide 7.
女の子は走っています。
女の人は泳いでいます。
女の子たちは、女の子たちは走っています。
女の子たちは走っています。
女の人たちは泳いでいます。
I wasn't expecting it to come in position 3. I wonder if that counts. Does it count? It didn't say. Let's have a look.
彼女
It
は
does.
漢字を書いています。
彼女は漢字を書いています。
彼女
About the
は
rise and
漢
fall of the
字を書
inflection
い
and
ていま
cadence.
す。彼はひらがなを書いています。
彼らはひらがなを書いています。
彼はひらがなを書いています。
I nearly tripped over
彼
myself.
らはカタカナを書いています。
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
Well, slammed through this. 2 mistakes, but it didn't count them as mistakes. 2 circlet bars that come up here to say that we've done it, but not full. It is what it is. I'm not too fussed.
彼は泳いでいます。
彼らは泳いでいます。
彼女は本を読んでいます。
彼らは本を読んでいます。
彼らは本を読んでいます。
It does make you think on your toes, because as soon as it gets there, it's like, I'm trying to pick out the words in my head that I know they are, but again, it's fresh and it's new, even though I've learnt it and I can sit there and click it in and stuff. Speaking, it's a different ball game, isn't it? So, yeah, I like this exercise. I might have to redo this one a couple of times, you know.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
さようなら。
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 King, and there is speaking done first time round. Well, what a blast that was. I'm very tempted. In fact, let's just bear with me a second. I've got a couple of messages that I actually need to reply to. And just double check. Um, mm, uh, and what else have we got to do? Uh, uh, Sorted. Right, let's redo this bad boy. Let's start on 2 because we know Konnichiwa and Sayonara. Sayonara. Let's do this.
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。
女の子は食べています。女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
I didn't get the
男の子は水を飲んでいます。
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 Well, that immerse on there. See what I'm saying about the strictness on the microphone? It picks it up, but sometimes it doesn't always pick it up either correctly, because again, this is an old recognition program. Or when it is, it's recognition of what I'm saying is not quite picking up what I'm actually saying. Unless I play back these videos, I would suggest that I am replicating what's being said quite correctly. Oh well, I just have to try harder. But you can appreciate what I'm trying to say here in how this program is deciding, no, you got that wrong. There are a couple of instances where I'm pretty sure I know where I've got things wrong and mispronounced, or I've mentioned that I've slipped the tongue, etc. I don't think that was deserving of the knockoff of the little pointer of the marker, but it is what it is. Whatever. Next.
女の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は水を飲んでいます。女の子は食べています。
男の子は I've just been called for my dinner.
男の子は食べています。
Sorry, I just got
女
distracted.
の子はジュースを飲んでいます。男の子は水を飲んでいます。女の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
See, it only takes that one distraction and that's it. I end up getting this thing wrong. Here we go. So we can see what we're after. Let's give it a go.
男の人は走っています。男の人は本を読んでいます。女の人は走っています。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
女の人は本を読んでいます。
Beautiful.
女の子は水を飲んでいます。
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 Maybe it's must be
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。
女の子たちは水を飲んでいます。男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。
男の子は食べています。男の子たちは食べています。
男の子たちは食べています。Maybe it's the
男の子
at
た
the
ち
end
は
of
食べてい
immerse.
ます。
I'm not pronouncing it or pronouncing immerse for long enough. Or I'm cutting it too short, or it's not counting that's to get the U and the flick. I don't know.
男の人はお茶を飲んでいます。
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 Let's done it again.
男の人たちは水を飲んでいます。
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 It's the length.
女の人は本を読んでいます。
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 女の人たちは本を読んでいます。
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 So pronunciation, it's worth remembering that there are certain things that need to be a little longer. Don't cut them short because, again, if you're trying to learn the language, that can change the inflection or the context or even the word of what you're saying. Which in this program, I'm saying immerse, and immerse, the immerse is too short. Immerse, you need to have that soup as if you're going to be soup, but we cut off the before you even say it, but it's at the end of the S to get the immerse so that it picks up that inflection, that carrier. Otherwise, it downgrades your mark. Here we go. Let's go again.
女の子は走っています。
女の人は泳いでいます。
女の子たちは、are you... No.
女の子は走っています。
女の人は泳いでいます。
女の子たちは走っています。
女の子たちは走っています。
女の人たちは泳いでいます。
So you can see there are certain bits where the information is here, the language is here, what I've learned is here, but the recall, occasionally I'm just tripping up over myself. That just means I need to practice a little bit more. But I am hoping that this and then the review is going to be what helps push me over that edge, I guess. Let's have a look at the last 3 slides. Here we go.
彼女は漢字を書いています。
彼女は漢字を書いています。
彼女は漢字を書いています。彼はひらがなを書いています。
彼はひらがなを書いています。
彼はひらがなを書いています。彼らはカタカナを書いています。
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
彼らはカタカナを書いています。
There we go. We're getting through it now. Oh,
彼は泳いでいます。
彼らは泳いでいます。
彼女は本を読んでいます。
彼らは本を読んでいます。
彼らは本を読んでいます。
Here we go. That was pretty good. I like that. And the classic. I think we can leave konnichiwa and sayonara until the next one. So let's go to the review. What's the review going to chuck at us?
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
さようなら。
Sayonara. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, please. We'll go to number 2.
女の子は書いています。
女の子は書いています。
女の子たちは書いています。
女の子たちは書いています。
男の子は本を読んでいます。
男の子は本を
女の子
読んでいます。
たちは本を読んでいます。
Well, they're blanks, but we know which ones they are, and saying them, not too much of a problem, it seems.
男の人は食べています。女の人は水を飲んでいます。男の人は水を飲んでいます。女の人は食べています。
Oh. Just shifting it up a little bit.
彼女たちは料理しています。
彼は料理しています。
彼らは食べています。
彼女は食べています。
Nice and easy. I mean, if you're following this and you've utilized the videos I've done so far and these materials and have followed a roughly similar methods to myself to be able to remember this, learn it, practice it, and get it right each time, this should be a breeze. It feels like a breeze to me.
女の人は走っています。女の人たちは泳いでいます。女の人は泳いでいます。女の人たちは走っています。
Again, rehashing the stuff that we've just done in the previous slides, but also without any of the written language to give you any clues. Pretty simple. 5 out of 9. Let's crack on.
彼らは食べています。
彼はジュースを飲んでいます。彼女は書いています。
彼は書いています。
彼は書いています。
It's going to give us a selection of everything now, I think.
彼らは料理しています。彼女は料理しています。彼は料理しています。
Yep, multiple choice, multiple selection, just no language whatsoever written to give us any hints. Nice.
彼は走っています。彼は料理しています。彼は食べています。彼は泳いでいます。
Nice. I haven't really got much to say about this slide. It felt like only the swimmer was the one moving. He was just swimming his way from the bottom to the top. But yes, as far as the adjective goes, the doing word goes, like the verb, sorry. It's getting easier and easier. Slide 9.
女の子たち。
女の子たち。女の子たち。女の子たち。
男の人たち。
男の人たち。
女の子。
女の子。
男の子。
男の人。 女の人、
女の人たち、男の子たち。
And we are completed Core 1 Lessons 1 from the start module all the way through to the review module in Rosetta Stone with a full 100% across the board in all modules, all slides, because we have gone through them and not moved on until we've 100%ed them. And then for me, during doing so from day to day, I've then revisited in chunks the first half, did the core lesson, and then revisited it. And then did the pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar up to the reading, and then revisited the entire section. And then started on the writing, the listening, and reading over a stream, and then revisited that. Today, we've touched on the first time and then repeated the speaking, and then we've done the review, which I don't think I'm actually going to repeat because I have just done a 4-hour and 20-minute stream from start to finish of what I've already put out there in separate streams and videos here on Twitch and also here on YouTube, if you're here on YouTube, for anyone to digest. With a little bit of commentary, a little bit of narrative into the opening of learning Japanese, what I've noticed in learning this language thus far, the patterns that I've noticed thus far between English and Japanese, and how I feel is a good way of practicing and digesting this information with some relational tips on how to perceive Japanese as a language in relation to our own English as a first language. So I think I'm going to stop there. That's going to be the end of this Japanese self-taught language learning stream in Rosetta Stone 3. Now that I'm back with it working, thank you support ticket item total. Thank you Windows, I guess, for causing the problem and me having to troubleshoot and find the issue to get back up and running. My apologies to my audience, those that catch me on my live stream on Twitch. Thank you very much for sticking around. And those who turn around and find this video on my YouTube channel, thank you very much for being my audience thus far. I hope you stick around. Like, share, comment, subscribe on both channels, if you would please. It costs nothing, it's all free. I'm doing this out of the goodness of my own heart and because I find it interesting and I want to share and document my progress. The same with anyone else who streams and content creates. Most of the time they're doing it because they just love what they're doing and they just want to share a little piece of themselves. That's what I'm trying to do here. I am a little bit socially reclusive, so I am trying to use this as a platform to make friends and to engage with people and sort of bring myself out of my shell rather than the comfort of my own room. So I really, really, really would appreciate those who have made it this far in any of my videos or this particular stream and video. Please, please, please like, share, subscribe, follow my pages, twitch.tv/crunked7up and youtube.com/@exofficina, EXOFFICINA. It would mean a great deal to me if you could. It's not just number chasing. It really is just wanting people to come and see my stuff and take an interest. Give me some feedback. Give me some comments if you like it, if you don't like it. It would really mean a lot to me. This is part and parcel of my job. And you know, I just want to turn around and create a community where like-minded people who enjoy the kinds of things that I do can come, share, create, get involved, you know, give me some suggestions of things to do, things to play, languages as well, like things to do in this. If you want to turn around and sit there and do a one-on-one or a group session or anything, I also have a Discord. Please join me on my Discord. The invite link is in the description and on both pages. It would mean a massive amount to me if this could get out there and I can grow things a little bit. just to see and hear from people, really, and to connect. Because a lot of my life I've felt very disconnected from a lot of things and a great many people, even though they're immediately around me and could be seen as or classed as friends or are friends, because that's the nature of mental health. But as of now, this is the end of this stream. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to go get something to eat, and hopefully, I'll be back a little later on this evening, for perhaps some gaming stream, whether that will be Call of Duty Zombies, whether that will be Star Citizen, whether it will be Project Castaway, whether it will be something else. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that I'm intending to stream later on, so I hope that you'll join me for that. As it is for now, take care, stay safe, look after each other, love each other, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.